All right. Let's see. Yeah, bro, there's no music. I'm actually not sure why. At least I didn't hear it. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I don't know. I will maybe figure that out next time, but also maybe not. Who knows? Just do this. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Soul P hanger. If you saw that video. But we have this fine fellow right here. I got all the tokens. Yeah, if you got like one token, there's like a no chance of you getting it. Sorry. Test server? Nope. Nope. This is the live server. This is my main account. Do I like lemons? Not raw, really. But I guess I wouldn't mind it. Very OP hanger yet. Very true. Sorry, no. You can get Berserker tokens in the event or something? I don't, as far as I'm aware, no, but maybe. I'm just saying because it's like, people make, like, there's two pretty common misconceptions that people don't really realize. So the first one is they think, first off, that every single event token compensation is the same, which is not. The amount of credits or A-coins or whatever that you get from each token completely depends. It's very different every time, like for every event. You could take a guess, but in general, like, you know, if there's only 10 total things, then your compensation per token is going to be a lot higher than if there's freaking, I don't know, all of these, which I don't know how much this costs. I'll deal with that later. I think somebody said it's credits. But yeah, and then the other misconception is that people think that the drop rates are the same between all events, which they're absolutely not. You have to check it every single time, because sometimes the drop rate's actually solid, and sometimes it's not, right? Like the Dreadshot 16 one, well, obviously I already have it. I think the Dreadshot 16 one was 5% drop rate right from the start, whereas this one was 0.5%, right? So just right out the gate, you have a 10 times higher chance of getting this with one token than you do with this. So it's like you have to check it every time. You have to check it every time. You need luck. What for? We aim for under 15. I have all 20, so I'm gonna use all 20. I don't think there's any reason not to. The compensation would be credits and A-coins, but more than likely one of these two would be one of the ones that are left, I think. Well, no, everything else is the same percent. Maybe. I want to get all the blueprints because those are cost effective, and I want to get all the A-coins because those are cost effective. If there's a couple things left, if I get this and there's like one of these random things left, then sure, I'll keep it. Is Deathwalker better than Surge? I mean, I made a tier list video. So if you watch that, you know where I placed it. Hey, yeah, I forgot about that. I have a Nightbot thing just on, I guess like a 10-minute timer. Every 10 minutes, just gonna put that in there. Because I got a lot of spammers last time. Lemons taste like lemon. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong about that. Can you participate in the giveaway on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, anybody can. Not here. Like, if you put your ID here, it's not going to do anything. You have to just, you know, follow the rules and put it under that video. Or you could do it on Discord, doesn't matter. Surge with autocannon 4, bro. That's what all the meta players use. I want to be like that. Reaver 16 could it be better than Berserker 16, you reckon? I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think Reaver's just like straight up better than Berserker. Like, Reaver's got, I think, 60 meters base range? Is that what it is? $60 meters base range. I don't know what you're saying, but you're spamming it many, many times, and I don't care. I'm not going to respond if you're going to spam. It's a surefire way of getting me to not answer your question, by the way, is by spamming it. I'm going to purposely ignore you now. Berserker have less effective range. Not gonna lie, the spread is bad. Yeah, but the thing is that the spread only becomes a factor once you hold the trigger too long. It's like the accuracy on Berserker is actually very, very good for the first couple seconds. So the problem that I have with Berserker, yeah, I figured I'd get it last. The problem that I have with Berserker is that it has a fixed magazine like any other weapon, but then you still have to feather it and give it short breaks between bursts, like you would with Overdriver. So you can't even burn a full 8, it's like 8 seconds of firing time, I think, because it's got 80 shots, and I believe it fires 10 times a second. So it's like 8 seconds of firing time, but you have to do that in bursts, and then once that firing time's up, as opposed to Overdriver, which gradually gains back its ammo while you're giving it a rest, this thing you have to give it a rest, and then you have to still wait the 6 or 7 seconds reload time, which is absolute bullcrap after a couple bursts. So it's just like the way that I was talking about with somebody else, I think it's like probably the most accurate way of describing it. It's like the worst. It has all the downsides of like every other assault weapon. It has the worst aspects of every other assault weapon. Legitimately, it does. It has like really bad spread, really bad effective, like really bad spread, which means really bad effective range. You have to feather it, so you can't just hold the trigger down. It doesn't have a lot of ammo. It has a relatively long reload time. The reload time's not that short. I mean, let's even just compare the reload of Berserker versus like Viper. 8 seconds on Berserker. 6.5 on Oracle. 6.5 on Viper. It has potentially 7.5 on Fusion Cannon. Carbine, I think, has the shortest, yeah, 6.2. The 5 seconds on Overdriver, that's if you burn it out. Technically, the reload time is like the full time to gain all your ammo back, which I don't think that is, but maybe it is, I don't know. Reaver's obviously the shortest. Carbine's one of the shortest. Carbine, I think, doesn't it have like a 50% reload implant? It does not. We'll just leave that as it is. 5.1. I was trying to see if I could see it. 6.2. 6.2, that's the same as Carbine, right? 6.6. Yeah, pretty much everything has around like 5 or 6 seconds. Berserker has freaking 8. So long reload time. Small magazine. 80 shots. That's a relatively small magazine compared to everything else. It relies on double damage chance. It has a damage buildup that is reliant on double damage, which gets absorbed by galvanical and whatever stuff. And yeah, like that's pretty bad. What's the hit cone? 6, which, like, for reference, right? Because it's hard to say, like, 6, what does that mean? For reference, minigun is 2.4. Minigun is 2.4. And this is 6. I don't think there exists a weapon with worse spread than that. Okay, fragment gun's got 20, obviously. It's a shotgun, so that makes sense. 15. So the shotguns are the only ones with higher spread than that, but that's like, you know, obviously. Pulse cannon has pretty bad spread, right? Oh no, it's only 2. And this is also 2. It's 1.2. It's 1.2. Yeah, so the 6 is really bad, is essentially what I'm trying to say. Well, yeah, the shotguns having more spread makes sense. So, like, I'm not complaining about the shotguns having high spread. That makes sense. Yeah. 2.4 on minigun. Minigun, everyone knows minigun spread's really bad. It's over 2 times higher on... We'll just get rid of this preset, I guess. What should I start with? Start with Guardian. We'll start with Silverthorn just because it's newer. Autocannon's relatively accurate. Yeah, no, I agree. Well, hold on. If I could get a blueprint, that'd be great. I kind of doubt it. No. Crap. I meant to just keep opening 10s. Reaver 10 and 8. Problem is, for this account, it's like I'm never gonna use the 8 energy or like 6 energy weapons. Like I said, I'm never gonna upgrade them. There's no point. Or even the 10s. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. It's gonna be kind of expensive. It's not like I can't afford it. Cool. Oh yeah, and on top of that, the other thing I forgot to mention, it's a very implant heavy weapon as well, right? So not only does it have every other like mechanical downside, it also requires all 3 implants in order to be half usable. Well, does it require the spread? I don't know, maybe not. I don't think the spread really becomes an issue until you hold the trigger too long, and at that point your effective range is 0 anyway, so... we could probably get rid of that. Slightly less reliant than minigun, at least, but that's it, right? Wish they would release a Kanta for regular. Yeah, no, I agree with that. More reason to need a blueprint exchange shop, bro. You're flying across the country today. Well, good luck? I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. $20K special when? I already made it. What do you mean? Hey, Sean, hello. Is that Lacewing? Nope. Silverthorn. It's the newer one. It's the newest mech, I should say. And then for the rest, we'll do like... I don't know what I want. Could you Gemini? Gemini's a pretty like obvious choice though. I have this weird urge to do EM rifle brickhouse, so I'm gonna do it. Range, the boost I think still doesn't work. In which case, it can shove off. Beautiful. Silverthorn skin kind of fire. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Hornet Lace Wing. OP. Not that. Let's go with jump distance. And yeah. Bro, this skin's so bad. Some people probably like it, but I don't. I do not. But this thing's so thick it doesn't even fit. Yeah. Your screen cracked because the chungus, yeah. It happens. Well, look, it's your screen needs to lift weights. How's it ever gonna get stronger if it's never exposed to certain things? There's a lot of weapons, but there's also like kind of not a lot of weapons. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else feel that? Like there's a lot of them, but there's also like kind of not. Like I'm looking through my options and I don't really have options. I like half of them are kind of the exact same. Like for any one mech that you choose, it dictates like there's like a solid 70-80% of all of your weapons would be like really, really bad. And the remaining 20 to 30%, probably like 10 to 15% of those remaining ones are ones that just work well on everything, like Storm Rack, Pod Gun, Strike Rocket, Gemini, whatever. And it gets kind of boring to use those all the time. Minigun Parasite. Yeah, fair. Parasite is one I would probably go with Overdriver. I think the range is one of the better ones. Parasite I probably would go with Overdriver. Simply because the mag size pairs better with the ability duration, but also because Overdriver you can get away with just using 1 or 2 implants, whereas minigun like you need all 3 minigun implants, otherwise it's just not going to go well. Overdriver you could use just 1 or 2 if you wanted, and Parasite really likes to have multiple ability implants. $30 minutes. Are any of the miniguns credits? No, sadly. If they were, they would be worth getting. As it is, like, just get Overdriver 10 instead, honestly. Oh yeah, there's this too. I already have that skin though. That's it. 5 14 Ks of it. That's a nice skin though. I'll get that on my free-to-play account. I like that. I like that. Okay. OP. It's gonna be OP. Probably. Probably not. Fine Overdriver then? No. I was just saying. I was like, I'm completely okay using a weapon that's like not as optimal. I'm just explaining why I would use one over the other, so that you don't use the wrong one. Did I do the monthly giveaway? As in, like, has it ended? No, it's like, we're not even a week into the month, dude. Hi. Wait, do I have a... Oh, yeah. Surge... Oh, no, not Surge. Normad. My bad. Shouldn't have accused him of using a metamech when he was, in fact, using a separate metamech. You see this? Do you see the spread? Like, it's not bad until you hold this button down for, like, I don't know, 4-ish seconds. And then it's really bad. And you know, maybe because I can't... I can't hold the... Oh, hi. I can't hold the trigger down for too long. That means that I'm not wasting ammo by shooting somebody who has the stacked Silverthorn ability. Right? You weren't even aiming at me, stop lying. But, like, I'll stack the Silverthorn ability, right? And then I'll fire at him. By the time it fully stacks up, I have to give my weapons a break anyway, in order to keep them from going crazy. And so, like, maybe it's a half-decent build, I don't know. Yeah, it's absolutely cooked, I kind of knew that. You know what? You are a loser. You're banned. He's correct. Fully agree. Brother, what'd you expect? Freaking sympathy-free acorns? No. No. Don't do that to my chunk. Don't do that to the chunk. You're a bad person. I got him, bro. Imagine trying to kill a chungus with RuFFles. Oh, come on. Hey there. I'm okay with that. Because now he's over there. But I'm still... Oh. Oh, come on. I should have put ability cooldown on that instead of range. That's what I should have done. However, this right here... you know what? And then this guy. And then this guy. The thing with Hornet, it's really tricky. Because you have to, like, consciously make sure that you don't fire too much. Because otherwise you waste venom. There's no way I beat this guy, right? Well, there's no way I should beat this guy, that's for sure. Bro had, I'm pretty sure, a Nomad and a Surge and an Eclipse. I mean, one of his mechs was a Vortex, which is, like, not great, but still. It says no excuse. You're literally getting real players every match. Well, good for you. Good for you, as you should. I wish I got real players every match on this account, but I don't. That's why I don't play it. BMP, hello. What do I think of the CC skins? I think it's a crying shame that all of the CCs voted for these stupid meta scouts. That's what I think. Apart from that, I think they're cool. Just had a DDM where I got 14 kills and the human, the other team got 7. I lost. Tired of the game picking who wins instead of the players. I mean, look, if it happens one time, it's just the way it goes. If it happens all the time, then there's a pattern. And then the problem's actually you. You think you're doing really good, but you're probably not doing as good as you think you are. I feel like everybody's quick to be conspiracy theorist about, like, oh, the game is specifically out against me. It makes it sees my account specifically, and the devs have a vendetta against me, so they make the bots do bad on my team but good on everybody else's team. It's like, you are not the main character, okay? They are not that they are not that concerned with you specifically. If you tried the 16 on Volti, I mean, I literally just started. That was my first match with it. It was on Silverthorn. And it was not horrible. I did not hate it. I'm going to try it one more time. Which epic mech are nades the best on? Maybe Redeemer, but I'd say you should use the highest energy ones you can. I don't know. Like, if I was using it at this level, I would say probably Redeemer, yeah. But then you have to use like a freaking 10 and 6, and that's not very good. Wait. Okay, nice. I got lucky there. I'm alive. Boom. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know, in general, this weapon does have higher damage output than minigun does. So you have like 1,500 downsides. But the damage that it has is good. It is good damage. It's just like not the best damage. Yeah, that's not good. I'm very dead. I forgot to check that last guy's hanger, actually. I know it doesn't sound like a good idea to use this, but it is. Trust the process. Trust the process. The process is trustworthy. I promise. It's not. Nah, yeah. If you didn't trust me, that's fair. Or shouldn't have. Is he still back there? Or did he die? I think he died. He must have died. Yeah, there he is. Hanger showdown bots are wildly different in quality. Yeah. Yeah, that is, it's literally just luck. Like, I think the bot hangers are the same, but which one they spawn makes a massive difference. Like, even in any mode, like, it's not even just a hanger showdown thing. Like, in any mode, which bot spawns what when makes a big difference. But in hanger showdown, it's even worse because you can only get it's one bot. You get one bot on your team, one bot on the other team. And then once that bot dies, they do not spawn into anything else that round. So, the hanger showdown, yes, absolutely. Victory is 100% just what the bots decide to spawn in, if you happen to get bots. I fully agree with that. Other modes, I think it's largely people coping. Yeah. Because you get, again, you get the same hangers. Sometimes you'll get lucky, yes. The bots will throw for you sometimes. The bots will carry for you sometimes. But I think people are quick to be conspiracy theorists and be like, oh, I did the best, therefore I couldn't have done anything better, or the other guy didn't do better than me, so therefore he must have not contributed to his own win. It must have been the bots. Ow. People are very, very, very quick to disregard any type of team play. He just stands there and lets me kill. I'm not gonna kill. Simon, what the frick are you saying, dude? Yeah, thank you, Ringer. He's just spamming nonsense. Hamscon, hello. Tetra Orion. I mean, I'm not a... I could use it, but I probably won't. Why don't they make a CC exclusive skin on every mech? I don't know. They just decided to do it for a couple. They want to do it for some. And they let us vote on which ones we wanted. Pretty much, like, me and... I think maybe Red and BMP were, like, the only ones that even considered non-meta mechs. Everybody else just went straight for the meta stuff. Scouts, specifically. I think one person voted Deathwalker or Hemlock, but... How's Berserker so far? It's not good. It's not good. It's like every downside on any other... Like, every other assault weapon... Think of whatever downside every other assault weapon has, and combine all of those downsides into one weapon, and then you have Berserker. It is way too many downsides. What did I vote for? I actually don't remember, because this was like months ago. But it was probably either Vortex or Redox, realistically. You're struggling so much in Tier 5, your weapons are just so bad. Okay, well, thankfully, Tier 5 has a lot of really good weapons. You should stay there and collect good legendary weapons. The problem that a lot of people have is that they try to just upgrade low-tier stuff and then use that. That's not going to work. You can use rank 5 legendary weapons long before you're capable of using rank 5 legendary mechs, right? So your standard... Your like quality standard for weapons is way higher, or at least should be way higher than your quality standard for mechs. You could be using a full hanger of rare mechs and still be using legendary weapons, right? Maybe like 6 energy ones, but like it doesn't matter, right? Your energy is dictated by your mech. You can't then go down grades. Carbine's still worse though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't really get much worse than Carbine. Should I even bother trying Volti? I feel like it's kind of pointless, dude. Earth Dreadnought. I don't have that Samurai whatever skin, which is kind of better than this one, but whatever. I'm gonna go area. Cooldown area, yeah. Let's got this. Alt accounts. I mean, I'll just ban them then. Oh, no, you already did. Never mind. Thanks. I thought you just timed him out. Almost went the wrong hair. Wait, do we have... Oh, we have 2. VTM Annie. Man, this is great, dude. Like, usually, I'm not gonna lie, most of the time, all of my battles are against the same, like, 12 people. And if you guys are in the chat, you know who you are. At this SP, you don't run into many people. So it's great. It's great that I'm actually seeing different people that I've never seen before. Like, I do not know any of these guys. Oh, he's got Ember Gun? Okay. This reload is ridiculous. Wow, who cleared this? Like, honestly. Who? I don't understand. Like, I want to like this weapon because it's like a bullet spray weapon. I like bullet spray weapons. I want to like this weapon. But who cleared this, dude? He doesn't realize I'm here. He's not, like, super aware of things. But we were probably going to lose anyway. Because they had a really good start right then. Okay, nice. I got him. I mean, if I can just, like, chill here. And by here, I mean, like, with the Blaze Wing. can jump up to here, and then I can immediately jump up to here. I'll reduce the amount of time that I spend being exposed, obviously. Okay. Oh, he's a fusion cannon redox, bro? That's crazy. Why would you do that? This guy, dude. Oh, okay, well, I didn't kill him, but he did die. That's good. Who's underneath me? I can't tell. Oh, there he is. Stop. Oh, he's back there now. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. They're gonna win. Suppressor redox bomb. It's not bad. I've got an OP thing. I'll mess you up. You don't want it. Oh, that's an Orion, okay. Bro, for a second I thought that was a Puma. I was like, what? I mean, like, yeah, it's just different guys, but everyone has the same stuff. Like, you're lucky to see one dude at this SP with a mildly off meta build. Like, one guy had, like, I think Arc Torrent Surge, and that he still had a Surge, obviously, because who doesn't? But he had Arc Torrent on it. That's like that is the extent of adventure that these people have, right? So, like, I'm being dead serious, you guys. Like, you don't understand. You don't want to be at this SP as much as you think you do. You think you really want a late game account? You don't really want a late game account. You don't want to play at this SP, dude. It's horrible. This guy had a very interesting hanger, but he's still, like, fully relying on these two builds to get him through most matches, obviously. This looks kind of like a tanker hanger, but I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Could just be something random. He's got multiple hangers. It doesn't seem like he's trying to be super unfair with it. But yeah, yeah. Reasonably interesting account. Or hanger, I should say. But it's like, like, that's the thing. It's like, you really only need these two mechs. So long as you have these two builds, it's basically a guaranteed win. These are the only two builds that matter. These will carry you through any match. And without even trying. You have two accounts because 13k plus is so boring unless you play competitive. Yeah. Well, that's like, I just don't play on this account anymore much. Why don't more people have Solus? Solus isn't available for A coins yet, so I'm assuming that's why. I'm surprised more people don't have Hemlock. I mean, a lot of people do, but neither of them did. Hemlock is credits, in theory. Galaxy, hello. Which month will Gemini be available for in-game current? I couldn't tell you, dude. I'm not like a crystal ball, dude. I've said this multiple times. Rich J. Okay, I think I've seen this guy before either. I've said this multiple times. Like, they just release stuff when they feel like it. It tends to be roughly a month apart, but like, there's no, like, it's not really consistent. They don't have a schedule. Oh yeah, let's go. And I got him before he was able to get off his second one too. His second one would have put me in stasis, which probably would have given him enough time to spawn. Yeah. Chunk. I have to reload because it's like I don't think half a mag is enough to kill this guy after he respawns. Because I have to get him and just take him off my beacon right now. And now I have to kill him for real. Oh, I mean, maybe it would have been. Maybe it would have been. Okay, the problem with this is... This guy's got, like, ammo for days, dude, and he probably will kill me. Look at this fool! Oh, Dreadshot has so much ammo! I'm gonna die. I should have just kept shooting. What's the max range for... Well, the area implant on Dreadnought, I think, pretty much exclusively goes to the range. Which means its base range is, I think... Its base range is, I think, 40. Which means the range implant increases it by... What is it? 50%? So it'd be 60. I don't know what the percent is. I might be cooked here. Well, I'm definitely cooked. It's just a matter of whether I'm dead. I missed both those. That's pretty sad. Am I gonna die to that? I'm gonna die to that. Wait, I'm not gonna die to that. Okay. I'm gonna die to that, though. Yeah. Isn't it weird that Jover has 17 ammo? Is that really what it has? 17? I don't think I paid much attention to the exact ammo count. That definitely would be weird. There's a savant freaking parasite. Yeah, no, I need to reload. It's like, Hornet's really awkward. Because you need... Oh yeah, I freaking forgot. By the way, because the devs are fantastic, right? Hornet doesn't count as a status effect that pierces through the resistance. It pierces through shields, for whatever reason. Or it pierces through Galvanic Hull, for whatever reason, even though Galvanic Hull has literally one job, and it's to protect you from stuff like that. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't pierce through resistance. What's my max range? I have a range implant on this. Oh, okay. It's Jover for your Chungus? Yeah, that's very true. What should be the next weapon? Howler, I believe. It's Howler and then Dreadshot. Which, neither of those are really good. Like, Howler's okay, but it doesn't last. Like, if you got the 6 in Tier 4, you'd probably do pretty good. But then, if you were to get, like, the 8 or the 10, and try to use it on like, an epic mech at that SP, at, like, 4,000 SP, roughly, where my account is at, it wouldn't do good. So it'd only be relevant for, like, a little while. It's not worth getting. 12. I feel like I may as well grab these. I don't really care. You can see how much I play this account, bro. It's still in Division 7. Aegis with Overdrive are viable in endgame. Late game, yes. Endgame, no. Endgame is like when everyone has max stuff, and basically the only thing that you're ever going to do is play max custom matches because everything else is boring as hell. And it's just bots. Late game is like 10,000 plus SP. 10, 12, even like 12k SP, you'll be fine. Like you'll run into enough players, you'll have enough, like you'll still get some good entertainment out of that. Would not work in custom matches, though. I'll try this one. Cool. I don't think this is going to be good, because Outlaw is a ranged mech, and these are not ranged weapons. Yeah. So. Ay. Timeout, 24 hours. So much spam, dude, I know. Seeker buff teleport. Teleport recast to come back faster. And/or lock on speed up. Oh no. Some people are gonna really hate you for that. No, I think Seeker's fine, dude. I don't think Seeker needs to be changed. I actually think it's a fairly balanced mech. It is meta, and a lot of people do use it competitively. But once you know how to counter it, it's actually not that difficult to counter. It's a bit of a one-trick pony. I think it does, like, I think it does what it's supposed to do, and I think it does it well. Yeah. Freaking let him know it's up, bro. Okay, crashed him. How much ammo is it going to take? All of it, just to get through his shield. Okay, good. I'm going to do that. Just because that's a Deathwalker, so, like, obviously. Yeah, but my shots just go into freaking nowhere's land. Just going to do that again, sorry. But, don't blame me. It's not my fault. Wait, oh no, man. It's like, again, it's... Oh, I got... So, is there a 7-day return policy on that? Like... I killed him like 5 seconds ago, and it still just, like, pulls back and kills me anyway. Dude, I hate Revoker so freaking much. It's so lame, and everybody uses it on everything. Come on. Sentry would have died to both of those, bro. Freaking get out of here. I think server lag is a real thing. Well, sure, it is a thing. Whether or not that was the reason that I died, I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I feel like that's the sort of thing that Revoker would just normally do, because why not? Revoker's a magical, mythological creature, so just let it do whatever it wants, so long as you get the kill, right? It's basically the way the devs think. Revoker's your most hated. You know, I think a lot of people hate Revoker, but they use it because they kind of have to. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm the only person who hates it. I think a lot of people don't like it, but they use it because they want to play. They play in an endgame environment, and if they don't use it, it's basically guaranteed loss. So I blame the game, blame the devs for being stupid and not balancing the damn thing. Not necessarily going to blame the players for using it, but it is annoying when everybody uses it all the time. Not my chongas. You only hate Seeker. Seeker's, like, fairly balanced. Seeker's easy to deal with as long as you know what you're doing. So basically that just tells me that you don't know what you're doing. just hold one button the whole game and insta MVP. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, but it's only on, like, you know, it's like 2 or 3 mechs that you got to use it on, so it also... It's not even like you could just throw it on whatever you want. It says you can only use it on specific mechs, because otherwise it's just not going to work, really. And so, yeah, everybody has, like, 3, like 2, at least 2, but a lot of times 3 Revoker builds. So the majority of their hanger is Revokers, but it's always the same mechs, because those are the ones that work well with it. Late game ain't looking that fun, because it's not, dude. I'm telling you right now. And this is why when I'm talking about late game, I'm specifically talking about max competitive meta. Because that's the only thing that's relevant at late game. That's the only thing. There's no amount of what if you want to have fun. Like that just translates to what if you want to lose. Because unless you're just fighting bots, guaranteed all the players are using meta hangers. And even if they weren't, like, you barely run into players as is. So most of the people at this SP opt to just play competitive custom matches, because that's more entertaining than playing bots. Obviously, I agree with that, right? Like, if this was the only account that I had and the only account that I played on, I'd be playing like freaking sweaty custom matches a lot too. I have more fun on the other one because it runs into more people. It's like a solid, like, 2v2, 3v3 almost every match. But yeah, the way that it is, like, the only thing that's relevant is the meta. That's it. As an endgame player, I can confirm latent endgame is very overrated. Yeah, people, dude, I don't know. It's sad. I'm not gonna say that it frustrates me, because it's like, it's their account. They can do whatever they want with it, right? It's like, it's none of my business where they want to be. A lot of people do want to play competitively, and that's perfectly fine. But it's sad, because I do know that there's a large percentage of people who are basically sacrificing any fun that they could be having, because they're going so sweaty mode trying to get to the late game, thinking that they're then going to have fun in the late game, but they're actually not. They're actually not. It's just going to continue being more of the same, probably worse. What are you going to be buying on the coffee account? Well, nothing for a while. You're getting Eclipse, cool. It'll help you. One step closer to late game, though. That's why I'm in no rush to get Surge or Eclipse, bro. It's just one step closer to that stage of the game where the only thing that matters is how much meta you have. I'm not in any rush to get there. Okay. I mean, I haven't died yet. So that's something. I got 2 kills and I haven't died. I've seen worse. Oh, I thought that was perimeter that was destroyed for a second. Thank you, Silver Friend. Okay. Hi. I should probably run. And by that I mean float vigorously. Yeah. Yeah, like, half the mag, I think, is, like, the absolute most you can get out with this thing before the spread starts to be a bit too much for you to manage. So essentially you have, like, your entire full magazine can only realistically and reasonably be fired in bursts of, like, 2 or 3. Like 2 or 3 bursts for the entire magazine. That's not great, especially given the freaking 8-second reload time. use a reload implant, but like every weapon's got a reload implant. Still much longer base reload. This isn't gonna go well. Don't flame me up, chunk. Don't do it. He actually didn't do it. He didn't apply the thing, which is great. Boom. Oh. Shh. Stop. Okay, thanks. Still, I mean, we're barely winning, but I feel like that's not gonna. That's not gonna last. This is an Omen guy in the other team. Like, I don't expect this to go very well. Ow! Ow! Here's the thing, though. What? Oh, come on. My game freaking lagged, dude. I almost got him. Did you see that? Now you know EMs and railguns suck without Orion. I mean, I already knew that. Just for people. For other people. I just saw it. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to use on Chungus. I saw EM rifle, and I was like, you know what? That sounds really fun right now. It's my fault for wanting to have fun, though, right? My fault for thinking that a legendary mech with a legendary mech weapon could actually do decently. No. It's only Plarium's pre-approved legendary mechs and weapons that do decently. If they haven't approved it as a meta pick, then it's not going to work. Oh, come on. No. Is he still alive, bro? Oh, I'm just gonna run. Because this lace wing's still alive, isn't it? I did get it. Yeah, see, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do with the mildly off-meta stuff, is to only spawn it last when you're going to guaranteed win anyway. That's the way the game was designed. Or I should have been using Hornet on Volti, apparently. Lesson learned, never try to have fun, correct. Red X Gamer. No, don't ask for free stuff. I'm gonna time you out. I did okay. Not necessarily with this build, but like overall. So I don't care that I lost. I feel like Mimicker did half decent when I tried it on the test server. And I am interested in trying it again. Do I want this one or this one? Kind of like this one slightly better, just because this one, the ball head is like sort of strange. They're kind of the same. Don't spam. Don't spam. Don't spam. You know what? It's... Do you have Nomad? Yeah, I have everything on this account, dude. There's only one thing that I own that is not maxed out in terms of mechs, and that is this piece of crap. And I don't plan on maxing it out or using it. But again, like, have we gotten to a point where it's like, oh, you should just use meta stuff? Like, wow. Like, who thought of that? Certainly nobody. I guess I'm just dumb, right? Like, am I crazy for thinking that it would be great to not have to use the same cookie cutter hanger that everyone else uses in order to have, like, even a small chance of winning? Am I crazy for that? BMP just uploaded? I saw a notification of one of his videos earlier. I don't think it just uploaded, but, you know. Oh, it was pretty recent, actually. 9:30. That was, like, hour and a half ago. It's an interesting sounding video. You guys want to watch that later? I'm going to have to ask him whether or not... I want to know whether or not I'm hurting his views or helping his views. I'd like to be helping. But if I'm hurting it, then I'm just gonna I'll just stop. I don't wanna do it if I'm taking views away from him. Mimicker seems like a fun mech. Shame it can't EMP anything. Yeah, true. You're not a meta slave, and that's respectable. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I can't really, like, I'm complaining about the game, but it's like, realistically, if I really wanted to win, I could just use meta. It's not like I don't have it. And I don't blame people for using meta, because, like, look at how much some of this stuff costs, bro. Like, you're gonna spend close to 10,000 A coins on something that you know is not good? No, you're not. Of course you're not. I wouldn't. Bro, my free-to-play account, I get 9,000 A coins. I'm sorry. It would be hilarious to buy, like, Redox or Scorpius. It would be hilarious, but I know that that's such a waste. Even me, who, like, I really hate those legendary scouts, dude. But even me, I would buy it because it's such a waste. Like, 9,000 A coins is just way too much. So I don't blame people who get it. They get it because it works. And it's just a waste of their time and money otherwise, but I blame the devs. I blame their balancing. Lack of balancing, I should say. Okay, look, buddy. If I can see the exact same message 3 times on, like, this small snippet of the chat that's like 10 messages long, that's a little too much. So hold on. I need to change this. I do have Mimicker range as well. Do I want Mimicker range? Or do I want duration? That's the question. I kind of think duration's better than cooldown, to be honest. I might go with range and duration. You're going to try to get 20,000 A coins for free. Like, okay. Good luck, I guess. Use Gemini on your Chungus? Yeah, I mean, I could, but it's kind of a meta thing. It's kind of a meta thing. Like, Gemini and Podgun are weapons. I enjoy using them every once in a while, but they work on everything, right? You could just slap a Gemini or a Podgun on any mech that you want, and it'll do decent. After building my meta hanger, then I'll go for fun builds. Yeah. I mean, you say that until you see how much it freaking costs, dude. And then you play a couple... I feel like... And especially, right? Because, I'm not saying that you're not going to. I mean, if you say you're going to, maybe you will, but... Especially because... What do you have to look forward to when you're playing the game, dude? Like, what are you playing the game for? You're playing probably mostly competitive custom matches, because at late game SP, what else are you gonna do? Like, really, like, legitimately though, like, what else are you gonna do? You're gonna play competitive custom matches. So if you're only playing competitive custom matches, you try using something that doesn't work in competitive custom matches, and it's like, wow, actually, this is kind of really terrible. I want to do that. And, maybe you will, maybe you'll have fun with it still, but I don't know, I think it's just like, at very least, there's no reason to do it. And like I said, I don't blame people for getting the meta stuff, it's just like, I blame the devs for making the meta so freaking predefined, and making it so that nothing works that's not meta. Like, I'm okay with a meta existing. A meta is always going to exist, right? Like, I'm not stupid. But, I would like for the non-meta stuff to at least be usable. Like, I feel like that's not a huge ask. stop. I survived because of that shield. Let's go. I need to grab this stealth. No, I'm dead. Freaking Voldy. What about Savant? On Chungus? I mean, like, maybe. I just used EM rifle because, like, it looked fun at the time. And honestly, it is kind of fun. It's not effective, but it's kind of fun. It's not that. I will protect you, don't worry. Oh! Crap! Okay. Savant 16 is gettable. You're correct, it is gettable. My favorite weapons are the ones that are gettable. Yeah, crap. Well, I mean, like, doesn't make a huge difference for my EM rifles. Can't complain too much. There we go. His shield's gone. No. And he even put his drone thing above my head before he could even see me. Like, he wasn't even looking at me. Freaking liar, dude. Always. Bots are all liars. All the time. Is the player still around? Oh, he's got a guardian. Man. Is he? No. I wonder what this guy had. I actually feel like this guy did not have a very meta hanger. Like, obviously the Guardian isn't meta, but like he had an Eclipse earlier. Okay. I didn't realize he was there. Oh, my shield's already freaking gone. Thankfully, this guy wasted his entire mag, though. Or mag, I mean ability. Obviously. Because that's not what a mag is. I'm out, though. Is Mimicker meta? No, absolutely not. It's just... Oh, no, it's a bot versus this guy's freaking Fusion Cannon Killshot. We can't lose to a Killshot user. We did lose to a Killshot user. Okay, whatever. I didn't. I wasn't there. The bots did. I'm gonna blame the bots. I would never lose to a Killshot. Get out of here. What are your thoughts on nerfing PML mods to have less layers? I mean, it would definitely change things. I don't necessarily know exactly how it would change things, though. That's the problem. I think, like, people think about it in terms of, like, trying to bring back the sniper meta. Whatever, sure. Less layers would definitely do that. But most mechs and most weapons do not suffer from that. So I don't think it would necessarily change much. But it could change a lot. Like, really, it is simply legitimately just Revoker, right? It's just the fact that Revoker is such a problem weapon that the only mechs and weapons that you can use are ones that counter Revokers or can avoid Revokers, right? Like freaking Latewing. Like, the only things that are usable are the stuff that can somewhat deal with Revoker users. Or at least not be up in Revoker's face. So it's like... At that point, the main issue is Revoker specifically. Revokers are good on Nomad, this guy says. Really? I didn't know that. It's not like I've played, like, freaking 50 competitive matches with teammates who all used Revoker Nomad, and with myself, who also, I think, used Revoker Nomad a couple times. I didn't know. See, because I have this hanger, that must mean this is what I think is meta. I thought EM Rifle Chungus was meta, dude. But I'm glad you enlightened me. Perimeter Multilayer is the first mod that's recommended to get for a reason. Yes. Yes. But then, like, is it still better? Would it still be better if it had less layers? Or would reducing the layers actually change? Like, would Revoker stop being the best weapon? Or I guess I don't necessarily need Revoker to stop being the best weapon. I just need it to stop being 3 times better than everything else, right? But that's what I'm saying. It's like, would reducing the layers, and this is a genuine question. This is not like a thought experiment. This is a genuine question, because I haven't really thought about that specific scenario a whole lot. And I'd have to, in order to make like a legitimate, good faith suggestion to the developers, I'd have to like think through it a lot. I'd have to try my absolute best to find all of the flaws in it, because here's the thing: is like, if there's even one tiny exploit that creates a really broken scenario, you have to assume that that is what everyone's going to do, because it is what everyone's going to do. Or at least everything is what everyone's going to aim for, right? Like, if it's broken, people are going to abuse it. So you can't just be like, oh, well, it's good enough because it changes it slightly. You have to think about the absolute worst case scenario, because that's most likely what you're really dealing with. I think that was the only match I played with them. So I'd have to think about that a bit more, and I'm not 100% sure. Maybe. This guy. Okay. Should make a sniper weapon a lot like Viper. Small shots tear down their shield, and the big shot comes in intervals. I guess they could, but to me that's not really much of a sniper. It's like a quantum gun, right? I don't really consider that too much to be a sniper weapon, even though it's technically a sniper weapon. Like, I don't really think of it as a sniper weapon. Oh wait, he grabbed this. I didn't even realize it. I'm not sure why you didn't spawn on it though. Yeah, I was gonna say I had to etiquette around. That's a mistake that people make in Hangar Showdown a lot, dude. You have to separate yourself, otherwise that searches EMP both of you at the same time, and then you're both dead. But I separated enough to where he had to choose between either EMPing the bot or EMPing me. He chose the bot, and so I killed him. Oh, I might be cooked. Wait, no, never mind. That's an Eclipse. Ow. Okay. Wait, I'm sorry. This guy says the Revoker 6 is not that good. That's why he wants the 8s and 20,000 A coins for free. first off, if you're trying to imply that someone should donate to the cause, no one's giving you 20,000 acorns or even 1,000 acorns. Second off, you can get the 10s. You do not need the 6s. Well, I mean, you do need the 6s, but you can use the 6 and the 10, and that's 16 energy of Revoker. You don't need the 8s. The 8s are like actually a waste of your time. Where they stop? Stop it! Oh. I did kill that bot, but no. You're gonna get it yourself? Well, it's still a waste of time. Should have started with the EM Chungus. Clearly, that's the reason that we're losing right now. Wow, doesn't bots use foul play while in stealth? Yeah, they'll use guided weapons and stuff too. The Hemlock, like on the test server, I was trying to use Mimicker as well, but like the Hemlocks would just stun me immediately because they didn't realize that I'm in stealth. I think that's like one of the latest updates that they did. The bots, for whatever reason, don't realize stealth exists. Am I surprised that there's a random bug that completely breaks stealth? No. Does it probably only affect the non-Eclipse mechs? Yeah, probably. I very much doubt that that Eclipse is changed at all. And if it was, then they'd scramble to fix Eclipse, but then they wouldn't fix any of the other ones. And you know what? Nobody would notice because nobody uses any of the other ones. See, EM will useless facing mech with mods. I mean, yes. You know this because I told you that? Probably. Okay, this is the thing. Let me tell you something that's going to maybe break your brain. I know that this is not a good build, but I use it anyway because it's funny. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just very difficult to comprehend, but like, I know it's a bad build. You don't have to try to educate me on it. For Gavi, hey man, much appreciated. I'm gonna still stick with the 10 a month budget. Maybe at some point we could do some kind of like additional thing, but I very much appreciate that. Thank you, sir. The Plarium mug is W. It's not just Plarium mug. It's your juggernaut. It's a mug or not. I got it on like the last Mech Arena anniversary last year, I think. Or no, it was. I think it's the one before that. It was 2 years ago. I wish that it was something as well as this Lancer, bro. Which I got. I mean, I just got like a month ago. But I wish that was something that people could just buy. That'd be great. I know a lot of people would want to. You can't see the registration form in Discord? Registration might have closed then. I don't know. I have not registered a team. And I don't know if I'm going to. I should, but I haven't gotten around to it, and I don't have any teammates. Like I don't have anybody in mind that I would be playing with. So I'm not sure if that's ever going to happen. Do I want to use cooldown and... You know, I'm going to use duration and durability. So the thing with these two implants is there's no point in using one if you're not using the other. Like, the durability doesn't come into play because your shield duration is not that long anyway. You don't need the extra durability. So the only reason the durability implant is good is if you're using duration. But then the opposite is true. Like, if you're using duration, your shield's probably going to go down early anyway, so at that point, there's no point using duration unless you're also using durability. But then that means that you're using the two together, and you don't. And like in this case, I'm not using cooldown, for example, right? And that's not super great, but whatever. I don't care. Hellfire Bastion. You know, that does sound kind of fun. Why isn't Revoker 8 good? Because you can get a 6 and a 10 for credits. Like, you can get the 6 for credits, you can get the 10 for credits. There's literally no reason to buy the 8s. And my man's over here thinking that he's gonna spend the next 7 years grinding A coins just to afford the 8s. You meant for literal coffee, okay. In that case, much obliged. That's definitely where it will go. Oh, these are all bots. Yeah, alright. The game recognized that I'm losing every match against players. Fair enough. In that case... Oh, yeah, okay. You gotta give it, like... I have to try to time it. Like, how much time do I need to give it? Is it, like, 1 second, 2 seconds? I don't really know. I think it just has Hellfire. Hellfire has, like, no range. I'll mess you up. Okay, my this is probably fine. I might be cooked. I took a couple pods and I'm still taking burn damage, but I think I'll still be fine. So long as that guy doesn't freaking hand deliver like a Sanji does. That was okay though. So yeah, I don't hate that. I can't decide. I don't know what I want to use. Like I said right at the beginning, like there's a lot of weapons, but there's also like not a lot of weapons. There's a lot of like physical things, items that you could equip, but there's not a lot of like legitimately decent options. And I mean, not just the meta stuff, but I mean, like, anything, dude. Like, the minute you choose a mech, you're reducing your options by, like, at least half. At least half of the weapons that you own become, like, completely... it's not even something you consider, right? Like, you wouldn't even consider using most weapons on any given mech. Which I think is kind of sad. Blockhorn can literally block paths on that map, yeah. That's very true. Welcome. Can I kill him with the thing? Nope. Is this why... Oh, you know what I should be doing? Hold on. I need to figure out how much venom damage I'm dealing. Does anybody know how much venom damage I was dealing? Because somebody a while ago, and I never got around to testing this. Somebody a while ago asked me what would happen if I used 16 and 8 instead of the 12s. I have no idea. I actually don't know. Theoretically, potentially, so long as you get at least maybe so long as you started off with the stack on the 16. Theoretically, you get the higher venom damage, but I don't know what happens. The weapons don't scale up enough. Well, I mean, like, if you're talking about what I was talking about for, like weapon options, no, it's like, you freaking look at all of the legendary weapons that I own, dude. Look at the legendary weapons that I own. Even just the 12 and 16. Particle Beam, Graviton Beam, Star Mech, Disruptor, Blaster, B2 Hornet. There's like a solid 3 or 4 weapons in each category. For every single... And these theoretically could be, you know, decent options for every single mech, but they're not. The moment I choose something like a Blockhorn there's like half of my weapons become weapons that I wouldn't even consider, right? I wouldn't even consider it. Like, probably Stormrack, I probably wouldn't do that. Disruptor, Disc Launcher, Particle Beam, Repeater, Revoker, Hellfire, Savant Howler. Like, most of them is just like, you know that it does really bad. You know that the mech and weapon pairing is really bad, so you just like, it's not even a factor. And I don't know. It's annoying. It's annoying. And that's why I kind of wish the implants did a little bit more, or at least you could like sort of customize things more with implants, right? I feel like implants could have been a way to make it so that different weapons would work differently on different mechs, right? But that's just not the way it is. You'd have to buy Revoker 10 because I'm low rank. Nomad's my only strong bot and Slingshot, but I want to get rack 8 Revokers for Nomad to make it strong. Okay, you know what? You have no idea what you're doing. And probably in a couple months, you'll understand that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to bother having this conversation with you. Not because I think you're stupid, but just because you're gonna figure it out long before you get the A coins to buy it. You'll figure it out. I believe that you'll figure it out. And when that happens, don't worry about it. It's okay. Is Lacewing good? Yeah. How frequent do they do balancing? Like, literally never, dude. Like, whatever is meta just stays meta. That's essentially what happens. I'm gonna use, because I still kind of want to use snipers on Brickhouse. I wanted to use EM rifle, but I'll just use Tetra rifle instead. No. How long does it take to level up Legendary Pilot naturally? I don't know. How much XP do you get per match? It's like 80? You just do the math. A really freaking long time, but that's all I know. I think it costs like maybe 1,000 A coins. It's like I think 1,000 A coins, maybe 1,500 to get from rank 6 level 1 to max level. To just force the upgrades. And honestly, I think everyone should just force the upgrades. It's not that expensive, and it gets you a really good bonus. And grinding the XP naturally takes literally forever, and I don't think it's worth it. $800 XP, okay. I thought it was something with an 8, yeah. Zephyr gets 30 meters, but Chungus gets 15, yeah, dude. And Chungus is way slower, too. And the AoE that it gives is like not even that good, right? Like 100% damage bonus sounds really OP, but when everyone has multi-layered shields, it kind of doesn't matter, you know? Because one shot from like one rocket of a Stormrack is going to take down one layer regardless of how much damage boost it has. Same thing with like Revoker. Like it's just not practical in any sense. The only practical pairing is like bullet spray weapons like this or like minigun, right? But like then you have 2 mechs in the back. One's a freaking brick house and one's like maybe a blockhorn with minigun. It's not really like, yeah, you'll take down multi-layered shields faster, but 2 mechs for that? I don't know. Guess it could work theoretically. Not sure. Maybe if the brick house had freaking like Gemini or something. I don't know. What I really wish was that the damage boost implant of brick house actually worked. It doesn't. That's why I don't use it. If it did, then it would be pretty decent. Not the mech, but the implant would. The implant would be a decent choice for the mech. The mech would still be bad. Disruptor doesn't care about shields? Yes, it does. Disruptor has 10% shield piercing, bro. How many shots is it going to take a Disruptor to kill 10 mechs? That's how many it would take to kill something through a shield. It's not exactly efficient. It's not exactly efficient. The highest shield pierce percent on any weapon is Tetra Rifle. It's 15%. The last shot of Tetra Rifle does stupid amounts of damage, and even that does not one-shot things. Like, almost anything. And by that I mean even the legendary, even like the scouts that are supposed to be easier to kill, which they're really not. Yeah, my freaking... The spread just goes to crap, and then you have to either reload or give the weapon a break. And I really don't like that. If it didn't have this issue with the spread, or, alternatively, if it had, like, overdrive, or if it had a recharge magazine, where at least it was reloading ammo while you were giving it a break, I would be okay with it. The damage output is good. I think the problem is that you have a not great mag size, with a not great reload time, and on top of that, you also have to give it a break halfway through. I might be dead here. Yep, freaking Gemini. Cowdosia, hello, how are you? Some people's accounts have over 150,000 XP, but it shows only 200 games played. I mean, you can get XP by just logging in. I should not have done that, because he was going to EMP me anyway. It just caught me off guard. It caught me off guard. There was a freaking Bastion right in my face. Berserker is such a sad weapon. Yeah, no, dude. That's 100%. Reaver really catches my interest. I think Reaver could actually be pretty good, but Berserkers, no. Absolutely not. Like, the best way that I can describe it is if you stacked the downside of every other assault weapon on top of each other. Then you get Berserker. And then to make up for all of those downsides, you get damage output that's, like, only a tiny bit better. I say a tiny bit. Overall, it's like 20%, I think. It's like 20% better than minigun damage output. Which is, like, decent. Not damage output, I should say. DPS. Like, mag dump DPS. Which, like, isn't bad, but at the same time, bro, like, it's not worth all those downsides. Has anyone ever recognized you in real life? No, thank God, dude. That'd be so weird. Yo, wait, there's a guy on the... Has he just been in Helix Track the entire time? Is that... It took me this long to realize that there's a guy on the other team. I've just been, like, kind of chilling. Not really paying attention. Okay, fine. I don't know what he's been doing. I almost feel like he didn't load in for the first, like, 3 minutes. Ow. See, like, watch this. Yeah, that's how much damage I dealt with a fully stacked Tetra 12 through his shield. Not much. Yeah, crap. That'll kill him, though. Now I'm dead. Berserker's actually really good in your opinion. What do you think is, like, the benefit of it? Because, like, as far as I'm concerned, if there is a weapon that's just objectively better, then there's no reason to use it. I think both Overdriver and Minigun are objectively better than Berserker. But I would love to know I would love to know your reasoning and like what type of mechs you think it works best on. I assume that you've tried it. It sounds like you've tried it. Is Tetra Eclipse meta? No. You could do good work with it. Like Tetra and Gemini are not meta weapons per se, but you could do really well with them. Like you probably won't see them in competitive matches, but you could do really well with them. How's the new weapon going? It's pretty terrible. I think it's pretty terrible. Damage output's pretty good. It's on my Paragon along with Hornet. Okay. So earlier on, sure. Yeah, I guess I'm using this from the perspective of like a pretty much maxed account with you know, high level mod shields and whatever, fighting legendary enemies, right? Because it's a legendary weapon. So if you've got a legendary weapon and you're fighting not legendary enemies, then just by default, your weapon's dealing comparatively more damage than mine is. So like it's going to take less time for you to kill something than it would for me to kill something, even without the mods involved. And that's probably the main issue. That's probably the main issue. And there's multiple weapons like that, right? There's multiple weapons like that where it's like they are really good at certain stages, but then they fall off after a while. A lot of the times it's because of mod shields. I don't think the Berserker falls off because of mods. I think it falls off just because things progressively get tankier, and it just requires too much of each of one mag to actually kill something. It takes like basically a full mag to kill even one thing at this level, and that's just not great. That's not great, especially since you have to give the weapon a rest halfway through in order to get decent range with it again. You're still trying to reach my level? Well, don't try too hard, bro. I'll be totally honest with you. I have my free-to-play account, which you've probably seen. It's like 4,000 SP. I have way more fun on that account, dude. You'll fight way more people, and you'll fight a lot of different stuff. You're using like a Paragon with one Hornet, one Berserker. I literally at this level, at this stage of the game, hybrid builds, what I call them, where it's like you have two different weapons on different sides of the map, unusable. They are unusable at this stage of the game. It's like it's not even close. So yeah, the only thing I could say is like don't hurry too much. Do you think they'll make any changes to Hangar Showdown? Well, I hope so. I don't think it's great the way that it is. All I do know, though, is that I've seen like 2 or 3 league droppers on my free-to-play account sort of recently, and I'm consistently beating them. I wish I was recording those, dude. I need to. Because I'll tell you, bro, those guys suck. They got like Max Revoker Eclipse, Max Revoker Surge, and then they have like 1 or 2 mechs that are like, I think it's 2. I think they have to use 2. 2 mechs that are like really low rank 2 or rank 3. I've been running into that a lot, but I end up winning every time. Is it good to speedrun to tier 6 as a free-to-play? You can do whatever you want. Speedrunning just means you get past the earlier stages of the game. I don't think late game where I'm at right now, I don't think that's very entertaining. If you really want to get here and you think that it would be entertaining, then, you know, speedrun as much as you want. You know, speedrun as much as you can. It is a 1v2? Wait, hold on, what? Why? Well, that's not fair. Oh, never mind. That guy's got stasis beam. The game saw that guy's stasis beam. They're like, no, he needs as much help as he can get. And you know what? I agree with them. You're fine. You're fine. He had a solid perimeter, which isn't a great. It's not a good idea. It's a waste. It's more expensive and it's less useful. Can I get him with that? Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't stack the thing on it. Bullcrap. I wasn't paying attention if that's a bot or a player, but I think it's a bot. They don't have the, in which case they don't have the reload implant, and I don't care. Yeah. The only usable hybrid build has to be Ember Gun and Revoker. I guess it's usable, it's not ideal. People give that build a little too much credit. But yeah, you're right. It is usable. How is it? I feel like I was stacking poison on him, but I wasn't actually dealing damage, which is weird. Oh, that reminds me. Somebody said I should use Hellfire Bastion. I should use Hellfire Bastion. Can I kill him with that? Hey, let's go. Just barely, dude. I need to pay attention to what damage I'm dealing. No, thanks. So 4.3 consistently. 4.3 consistently. That is my venom damage. I want to change this to an 8 and a 16 and then see what happens. Because, like, if you stack it up with just the 16, surely it should deal the 16's damage in venom. If you stack it up with just the 8, surely it should deal just the 8's in damage in venom. What happens if you're using both? Does it, like, take an average? What if you stack it up mostly with the... Like, does it go by the first shot? Does it go by the last shot? Does it go by the average number of shots hit? I don't know. But the venom damage on the 16 is actually solid. So Hornet would be maybe a half-decent weapon. If you could just use a 16 and 8, and then get the 16's worth of venom damage on it. What's in my the pinned comment? In the pinned comment, I put I think the link to Mech Arena official Discord, yeah. If you're talking about MAQC. I'm not going to provide the link to anyone. I'm not going to provide the link to anyone because there's a lot of people who keep trying to join the tournament without joining the official Discord. You need to be in the official Discord. So I'm going to make sure that the only way that you get the link to register is if you join their Discord and get it that way. That's the only way you're gonna get it. No exceptions. You're already in the official Discord? Okay, well then what you're probably gonna want to do is go to the top and click the show all channels button. Yeah, Revoker Eclipse. Nobody's surprised by that. Shuvanshu says, reply me, RuFFles, please, for God's sake. The frick did you say that's so freaking desperately important? The last thing you said was, bro, please just show recognition. Okay. Stop ignoring me, bro. I'm getting traumatized. Okay. So there's 3 things that you said. Helix anytime is the other thing that you said. Hey, I'm back. And then Helix anytime. Bro says Helix anytime and then literally freaks the F out that I don't respond to Helix anytime. I'm being dead serious. My man says 3 words. Helix anytime. Those are the 3 words that he says. absolutely loses his mind that I don't respond to that. What even does that mean? I'm not going to that's not a thing that requires a response. Like, that's a statement. It's not a question. And even if it was a question, I never guarantee, like, there's no guarantee that I answer every question. Look, if you want to repeat yourself, if you have a question you want to repeat yourself every now and again, yeah, go ahead, because, like, sometimes I just miss it. And I don't mind if you repeat yourself. Viper 8 or Railgun 8, please. Okay, well, you know what? Now I'm going to ignore you. I wasn't ignoring you before, I just didn't see that. And I wouldn't have responded because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Helix anytime. But now I'm going to ignore you because you're being a pain in the ass. How do you know who's a bot and who's a person? It's just the names. Well, there's a couple things. Like, if they're in a clan, then you know that they're a person. Especially, I say especially at this stage of the game, but really any stage of the game. Almost everybody's in a clan. So if you see, like, those orange, yellowish orange, whatever tag next to a name, it's like, yeah, that's a player. But also, like, just the names that you see constantly, if they're not in a clan, the names that you see constantly, more than likely, those are bots. The trauma. Yeah, he's traumatized. Which weapon and mech combos would be drastically better if the pilots had 5 implant slots? Most things with sustained fire weapons, like minigun, overdriver, or even this weapon to some degree, most like bullet spray weapons do require 3 weapon implants. And so they usually only work well on mechs that don't require a lot of ability implants. But you'd have a little bit more. Blockhorn is another one. I think minigun Blockhorn specifically would become significantly better if it had 1 more implant slot. Because Blockhorn has a lot of really solid ability implants. Most good weapons don't really have a lot of implants, though. Like, they really don't. Like, Gemini, literally, like, you only need the damage implant. You don't even need the reload, really. Like, Deathwalker, you don't even need cooldown, really. You just need duration. But duration and cooldown would be good. And that's just 2, right? That still leaves you 2 for the weapons. Stormrack is just Stormrack reload is the only one that you need. Most things don't really require a lot of implants. I guess Orion. Orion likes to have cooldown and the shield piercing. And then Railgun likes to have the damage and the reload. But you could also use range on top of that, although the range is, like, not that important. 36 months, Sanji. That is crazy. Thank you, sir. 36 months. Bro. 36... 3 years. When the frick did I even start this channel, dude? It was, like... It's been... It's been, like, pretty much since the very start, dude. Gemini and Revoker, you don't even need the damage implant. You're 100% correct, actually. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Seeker, I guess, is another one where it's like it would do better with more ability implants. But again, it's like, what works well on Seeker? Revoker. Okay, well, you don't need Revoker implants, so, you know, you just stack on as many Seeker implants as you want. There's really not a lot. There's really not a lot. What I kind of wish, and this is going to trigger some people. What I kind of wish is, oh wait, hold on. It was 4.3 thousand damage per tick. I'm gonna try using a 16 and 8. I want to experiment with this. Very curious now. Wait, do I have Hornet 8? Certainly, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna use the same implants, right? And then instead of you, instead of you, I'm gonna use Hellfire Blasting. But what I kind of wish was that they'd reduce the number of implant slots, because that would force people to choose a little bit more. It would force... I kind of wish there was less implant slots and that the implants did slightly more. Because then you have to choose between, do you want a bit more ability damage or a bit more weapon damage, or are you going to sacrifice that for, ability range or something like that? I mean, I don't really need ability damage on this. Now, obviously, some implants are better than others, and some things just aren't really necessary. So, it's like, there'd be a very clear meta still. Like, that's obviously gonna happen regardless, but I don't know. I'm a big fan of, like, making implants actually affect your build as opposed to just a straight improvement. Then again, I also kind of wish implants had downsides. Like, I kind of wish that, this is the only one with orange, isn't it? Yeah, let's use this one. Well, there's also this one, but, like, I don't really like this one that much. Well, yeah, I'm gonna use this one. Like, I kind of wish that, like, certain implants, like, it would boost your, I don't know. Like, it would boost your weapon damage by, like, I don't know, 30%, 50%, whatever. But then it would increase your reload time or something like that, right? I don't know. I just wish that there was more ways of using the same thing. There's more implants instead of less? Yeah, more implants, but I was talking about implant slots. If there were more implants, then you'd have more options. But I think having too many implant slots is what makes it to where you have basically a situation where it's like for Surge, right? It's like, oh, what implants do I want to use on Surge? Why choose? Just use all of them. Literally, just pick all of them. Like, you use all the ability implants, because why not? You got space. And that's the situation that I think is a little bit too prevalent, where it's just like, there's the ideal implants for whatever thing. You choose all of them, and then you still have space for more. Like, there's just too many implant slots. And so you don't have to choose. There's no point in which you actually have to choose which implant do I want. Very often, you just take everything that you have, and then you throw on ability cooldown, because why not? Like, that is usually what happens. I'm going to change this to Panther. I did not use Panther. Or maybe I did. No, I don't think I did. Puma, he says. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm going to change the skin, though. It's a little bit too skinny. I like this skin. I'm not usually a fan of, like, the pink skins, but this one, I like the shape of it better than a lot of these other ones. I cannot be the only person. I think it just looks kind of cool. Can I get away with only using burnout and damage for Overdriver? Yeah. You don't really need cooling that much. You're out of here. You thought I'd help you out? Just ignorant towards beginners, specifically you. No, you were being specific. You were being purposely a pain in the ass. Look, okay, like I mentioned, because you're probably still here. Like I mentioned, if you have a question, feel free to ask, and if I don't answer it, that doesn't mean I'm ignoring you. That means most of the time I didn't see it. And so you're free to repeat yourself so long as you're not doing it too much, because that's spamming, right? Like, you shouldn't be like repeating it 3 or 4 times in a row, because then you're spamming and that's annoying for everybody. And then I'll time you out and I won't read it, obviously. But if you just, you know, repeat yourself every couple minutes, I will probably answer it eventually. Unless it's totally irrelevant or a question I don't think is appropriate or something like that, right? Any, like, game-related question. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. But you come in here, and you say one thing that doesn't make sense to me. It's one thing that I didn't even see, but even when I went back to see it, it didn't make sense. And then for the next 20 minutes, cry about how I'm ignoring you. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to scroll up through the chat and read every single thing from the past hour of stream? Do you think that's what happens? No, of course not. So you're just being incredibly selfish and all that. So no, of course I'm not gonna answer your question at that point. Are discs still worth buying now? No. No. I mean, they're okay. I don't think they're bad. But there are, like, 3 or 4 other weapons that are worth, like, significantly better and more worth buying in Tier 5. I assume we're talking about Disc Launcher 8, right? The others are definitely not worth it because those cost 8 coins, but I assume we're talking about Disc Launcher 8. And there's, like, 5 other weapons that are more worthwhile in Tier 5. There's just no reason to get Disc Launcher at that point. Podgun is objectively better in, like, almost every way. What's happening? You're confused? Nothing important. Who is spamming? Nobody was spamming. Well, actually, some people were spamming, but not the person I was talking to. Is maxed Tenku worth it? Worth it? I don't really know how to answer worth it questions in terms of upgrading stuff. Like, it's not meta, no. 5, 6, wait a second, what? 568 venom damage on my... Oh, right, because he had his resistance up, that's why. Duh. But that should have been 10 times, right? So yeah, no, like... Yeah, 2.3k, that's because I built it up with the 8, right? So now I do that, and then I do that. 5.7. So an 8 and a 16 is actually a good idea. You just need to make sure... You just need to make sure that your last shot is the 16, I think. Because if it's not the 16, then you do like almost no venom damage. My 16 is on my right side. Huh. Interesting. That's decent to know. Not that I'd really use Hornet a lot on medium mechs. What I do occasionally. We almost lost to bots, bro. You're very close to acquiring the chonk. Very cool. Scorpius first or Redux? You shouldn't buy either one. Neither one's worth your time. Like, even on my free-to-play account, I don't like the meta stuff. The meta stuff's stupid and boring. But, like, freaking 9,000 A coins? You can't justify, like, if you're gonna spend that many A coins, you may as well just buy the meta crap. It's just not worth your time otherwise. Did they announce a cryo missile rack in the works at some point? in the last teaser? I don't think so. I think they mentioned a missile weapon with an undisclosed status effect. Could be a cryo one. It would actually be kind of interesting. But then at the same time, it's like, would it just be an objectively better missile rack, same as Storm Rack? Or would it be worse? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Berserker, nah, not Puma. Editing, hello, how are you? But Redox floats, this is true. Have I tried Deathwalker? No, not on the stream anyway. I have, just in general, but not on the stream. I'm also gonna try Guardian. I guess I will go with Deathwalker. I kind of want to do Guardian as well at some point. May as well do this one. Cooldown duration. Yeah, may as well just go with that. Not really any reason to do anything else. That thing is annoying. Redux passes the vibe check, yeah. But I could not in good conscience recommend anybody use Redux. It's so expensive and it's so ineffective. For most scenarios, it's just like, it's not worth getting. Same with Scorpius. Berserker should fire from all 6 barrels at once like a freaking shotgun, or that would be interesting. Tetra Rifle Seeker. It's not very practical because you have to build up the damage first. Right? So, like, if you want to teleport and get the really big shot off, then you have to build up the 3 first shots first, which means you have to expose yourself. Oh, there's a... I think that is a outlaw bot, and I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Yeah. Press down. Okay. He did die. The outlaw, anyway. I'll just go here. Hi. Now, if he's smart... Oh, he wasn't. I was about to say, if he's smart, then he'll, wait out my ability, because I actually couldn't reach him. I physically could not reach him. So he should have just waited out my ability, because he clearly could, if he wanted to. And then shot me. With his weapons and his quad rocket. Guaranteed kill. Tetra rifle. On it. I have the 12 Berserker on Hemlock, and it works fine at 6 KSB. Okay. Well. It's a bit different. A sustained fire weapon on a Hemlock doesn't, like, clearly that wouldn't work well in a late game environment. Most of us could probably agree to that. As long as he's wasting his ammo on other guys. Okay. Well, I guess I kind of want him to be wasting ammo on me, but only while my build is active. Okay, he's dead. He died to a... he died to a bastion. Hey there. Oh, disclosure. Yeah, he might win. He might win. I have to be very careful. Go for it, boys. Okay, I think so long as we grab it here and we don't lose it, we'll be fine. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna put my thing back this way, because if he does come close, he'll probably think that I'm underneath there, and then he'll crash underneath here. I don't want him to be able to, like, crash me when I do things. Cool things, preferably. Okay, well, that's not too bad. I was able to keep firing without reloading, or without pausing, I should say. But only because I was, like, freaking point blank. Deathwalker is one I feel like could do okay with it. For exactly that reason, though. Because, like, it can get close. It does very often get close. I mean, people use Revoker on it. Reasonably large amount. Long amount. Freaking kill shot, idiot. He's got a chungus. Why is he at... He has 8s on that, doesn't he? He has Disc Launcher 8s. There's no way he has a Disc Launcher 16 and a Disc Launcher 12 build. I think matchmaking was a bit unfair there, probably. But we'll see. Yeah, 12k inventory power. Yeah, he was an 8k player. Called it. Called it. Just based on what he was using, I was like, you know what? Probably he wasn't using a 16. He was at least using like 16 and 12, maybe. But he's actually using double 12s, double 8s. The matchmaking, the reason they put it up against me was because of this build specifically. This build is really strong, and so they probably figured he was tanking. I don't think he is. I think he just over-leveled this thing. But yeah, no, that was a bit unfair. And also because I've been losing almost every match, so the matchmaking was probably like, you know what, this guy needs somebody a bit weaker. Because clearly he's not capable of taking down the average 15k player. Shouldn't we report the Deathwalker cooldown bug to the devs at this point? Didn't they fix it? I thought they did. What, was I getting the cooldown bug? Sorry for spamming, just found out you still reading from all the way from the top. I'm not reading from all the way from the top. If you said something even like 5 minutes ago, if I can't see it in the chat, I'm not scrolling up. I'm just not. I can't be bothered to scroll up and read everything because then the stream would be literally just me reading the chat the entire time. That's all it would be. And nobody wants that. Or maybe I should say very few people want that. So no. If you say something and I don't see it, you can just repeat yourself every couple minutes, as long as you're not spamming. What should you replace Hemlock with? Deathwalk? Replace Hemlock with? Deathwalker, Surge, Nomad, Lacewing, Eclipse. I think Deathwalker, Surge, Nomad, Lacewing, and Eclipse. I think that's the ideal hanger. I think that's the ideal hanger. I think you should have two. Well, okay, maybe Lacewing, and I'll explain why. So there's two scenarios. Either you get a map that's good with Lacewing, or you don't. So you should have two hangers: one with Lacewing, exactly the way you have it, and then one with Hemlock instead of Lacewing, and that's it. That's just a meta hanger right there. That's it. That's what meta is. Are mech-specific cooldown implants worth it? No, I mean, absolutely not. Because you could just use an arbitrary one. It does just as much. And you can use it on anything, right? So I bought and upgraded 5 of these. And so now, for the rest of time, I literally never... Like, I can scrap every single extra cooldown implant that I get. Doesn't matter what it is. A legendary one, a legendary mech-specific one, an epic, whatever. Every cooldown implant that I get, from now on, I can just immediately scrap because I know that I have these. I just need 5 of these for every hanger that I might want. That's all I need. That is the absolute most that you'll ever need. So just get 5 generic ones. That's, yeah. It'll save you a lot of implant parts. Remove your cooldown implant. Why? Do you think they'll ever ask us to pay to modify base stats of mechs or weapons? I assume by that you mean, let's say, like, an extra rank, right? Like, this is rank 6, level 7. People call this rank 7. It's not really. It's rank 6, level 7. But let's say there's, like, an extra rank, or maybe there's, like, some extra currency that you could use to, like, upgrade the stats of maybe, like, lower tier stuff. I could see that happening at some point, yeah. In fact, I think that's the more likely solution. It's if, like, in the event that they wanted to undo the grade update, right? The grade update was the thing that made, like, Paragon, for example, super weak compared to frickin', you know, Gatecrasher, right? Like, Juggernaut used to have the most HP in the entire game, including compared to Bastion, I'm pretty sure. But now Bastion has the most. But yeah. So if they decided that they were gonna essentially undo that, I think the more likely thing that they would do, instead of just changing the way that the stats are, the more likely thing for them to do is just introduce a new currency that will allow you to essentially upgrade the rank, the grades. They wouldn't be the first game to do it, and they could heavily monetize that, so I think they definitely would. That's an outlaw. So what I really want is for this guy to send me back. Okay. Wait, that's the guy that I fought earlier. That's not fair. Days and EMP duration per Hemlock is nice. It lasts longer than the legendary duration. That's the only one that's actually worth getting, yeah. Please send me back. Okay, thanks. Jeez, dude. They were taking their sweet time. You call it max rank rhymes with grub. Yeah, fair enough. How big are the mechs if they were in real life? Not that big. Actually, a lot smaller than you probably think they are. I don't know, like, an exact height. But, like, you can see little graphics. Every now and again, you can see, like, little graphics that they make for... Oh, crap. Yeah, my timer was running out, and this guy crashed. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I should have gone with the Bastion. No! Where? I'm actually gonna specifically link to that guy, because I know that he's gonna survive a really long time. Yo, wait, what? Okay, thanks. Thanks, game. I was firing and my weapons were not even down, dude. It's a bug with the reload implant, I think. Like, the reload implant works, but it doesn't make the... It doesn't affect the animation when it should. That's probably what happened. Crispy, crispy. Yeah. Sure. Compare your mechs to the cars in the plaza, yeah. Yeah, you can... If you're willing to, like, load into a custom match or something, or just pay attention when you're in certain matches, you can find, like, visual reference points, like, vehicles and whatever. Or even, like, doors on the sides of buildings. A lot of maps... Well, I shouldn't say a lot, but some maps have, like, doors on the sides of buildings. You can kind of compare that and be like, this is what it looks like next to a door. 24-hour stream when? Probably not. There's not really a reason to do it. There's not really a reason to do it. I can think of multiple reasons why not to do it, though. Should you get the skins for credits from the event crate to remove it from the 10 key fortune vault? It's not actually going to increase your chances. It's not actually going to increase your chances. So, like, what happens with the skins is that the percentage drop rates are in chunks, right? So, like, let's say, for example, this is 0.09% for this one skin. If I got this one skin, it would increase the rest of these. It would increase the rest of the stuff in the crate by some percentage amount to make up for the fact that 0.09% is gone, right? No, that's actually not the way it works. What it does is it increases the drop rate chances of the rest of the stuff in this category, meaning all the rest of the stuff that's 0.09%. So if I were to get half of all of these 0.09% skins, which is a lot, it's like there's still a freaking crap load of skins in here. If I were to get half of all of them, it would increase my drop rates of, let's say, the A coins by 0. It would not increase it by anything. The only thing it would increase is the drop chance of the rest of the ones that I didn't get. It would double the chances of the rest of them because there's now half as many. But the total drop chance for this group, this pool of epic skins, will remain the same. So in order to increase the chances of this stuff, you have to get every single one of these epic skins, which is just never going to happen. Like, just quite simply never going to happen. Now, there are multiple different pools. There are different skin pools. So, like, there's epic ones, but there's also, like, rare ones. And then there's also certain low-tier epic ones that will appear in the 5 vault. And so if there's some that are in the 5 vault, those are worth getting because those are like a low-tier epic type thing that are actually in a separate pool from the rest of the epic ones. So if you have some in there, then those specific ones are worth getting because those will, once you deplete the entire pool, that does increase the chances of everything else, like I said. But yeah, so those, the one epic ones in here, kind of, and the rare ones, really any skins in here are the only ones that are actually worth getting. And the same thing goes with, like, the legendary as well. Even if there's only one skin, like if you had 20 legendary skins in the fortune vault, you're going to have the exact same drop rate as if you had one legendary skin in the fortune vault. It's going to be the exact same. Like, the same chances for everything else. That one legendary skin would be like 25%, I think. Versus if you had like 20 skins in there, each of them would be like a little over 1%. How to get the test server? That's only for official content creators, so nobody else can get it. I kind of wish that they could, but you know, the devs don't want that to be the case. Viper 8 any good? I think Overdriver's better on everything. So if you don't have either one, I'd just go for Overdriver, and I don't think you really need both. Right. Yeah, I don't think you really need both for any reason. The skins would get removed, which won't cost me fortune keys in the future, right? No, it's the same thing. Because you're thinking of it in terms of, like, those skins won't be there, so I'm less likely to get those skins. Like, yeah, you're less likely to get those skins, you're more likely to just get a different skin. You're not ever going to... You're thinking of a theoretical future... Oh, strike. You're thinking of a theoretical future for when you eventually clear out all the epic skins. I'm telling you right now that that is never going to happen. They add skins way faster than you could ever get them. I've been playing this game for 4 years, and I've been clearing those vaults for 4 years. And they have... I am not even close to getting all those epic skins. So, like, it's... It is not ever going to happen. You're never going to get all the epic skins. And so, yes, technically, if you were to get them now, then you wouldn't get them later, but you just get a different epic skin instead. Your drop chances for epic skins remain the exact same, so you're not actually saving yourself anything. It does not translate into more resources, is essentially what I'm saying. Uh-oh. I need as much time as I can get, dude. I need to reload. Please. Oh, I got him. You see how accurate this thing is when it's, like, before you hold the trigger down for a while? It's good accuracy. Potentially better than Overdriver, even. I need to get down here, because he's gonna AoE the wall right there. I'm okay with dying. I don't really, because he might AoE this as well, so I'm not really sure if I want to do that. I kind of want to die just, like, as much as possible, because it's, like, slowly regens my HP. That's fine. See, now I'm back up to green. Hallelujah. Hey, sorry. I'm cooked. No chance. I may as well reload. I could have not, but yeah, I may as well. He's got a... Oh, that's a surge, isn't it? Yeah. See, I freaking called it, dude. Wait. Oh, okay, so what he's gonna try to do... I saw what he was gonna try to do. I had to run, dude. What he was trying to do is actually really smart. He was trying to kill me, send me back, so that he could then immediately EMP me, and there'd be no chance for me to kill him. Oh, imagine if he fell off the edge, though. I did good damage. He's half dead now. I don't hate that. We got 96. We're probably gonna win. That's not bad. Is it like meta competitive build? No, absolutely not, but that's definitely my best Berserker performance so far. That much I can tell you. Oh, come on. You can't let 800k credits go to drain? No, I understand that. What's your question? Viper 8 or Railgun 8? That's... You wouldn't use them on the same things. Railgun, it's really good for Orion. I think you should get Railgun, and you should skip Viper. But you should skip Viper... Like, Viper is better on most things, but you should skip Viper because you should just go for Overdriver. And then you should get the Railgun. Simply because getting the Railgun means that you can use it on Orion. And Railgun Orion's really, really good. All of these give me 10 fortune keys. So you know what? I'm going to get the Redox skin. Yeah. You're surprised I use disruptors? I don't know. I was just like looking at stuff and I was trying to think of a weapon that like actually sounded interesting. What the frick do you use on Redeemer anyway, dude? It's literally just like Stormrack or nothing. Like either you use Stormrack on Redeemer or you don't use Redeemer. That's like those are essentially your two options. He thought it was a missile weapon? You know what? That's kind of fair enough, I guess. You probably just never seen it before. You can let it go to drain. It's only credits. Yeah, but if you don't have to waste something, then you shouldn't waste it. the thing is that like I've made videos on almost all of these topics, so you could just like if you like look it up or if you watch my videos, then you'd already know, and you wouldn't need me to specifically tell you in a live stream chat. There are many questions. If like there's a lot of questions I'm just not going to answer. I'm just going to be like, yeah, I already made a video on that. You should go check it out. Best weapon options for Lacewing, literally just Stormwreck. Stormwreck, maybe Gemini. Like if we're talking best weapons, the best weapon for almost everything is going to be either Revoker or Stormwreck. Maybe minigun. Like those are the three weapons that are going to be the best on basically every mech. Watch ads 3 times a day. You do realize that most people don't have ads, right? Most people. Those ads are really good, though. If you have them, then take advantage of it. Except Solus, yeah. Well, Salver as well. That's why I said most, not all. There's a couple support mechs that'll do better with other stuff, but like the vast majority of mechs are literally just either Revoker or Stormwreck. And then there's a couple that prefer minigun. There's a couple that prefer like podgun, and that's yeah. Oh, no, please. Okay, fine. Hanger reviews when? I'm not sure. I feel like people like the service of when I do theirs specifically, but they don't really like it when I don't. Like they don't actually like watching them. They just like it when I do theirs specifically. So I'm hesitant to do that a whole lot. I am very dead. Wow. I'm surprised I didn't die. Oh, wait, there's a guy. Who's gonna forget? Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. I'm gonna use this. It's OP. How much damage on it? Yeah, 5.7. 5.7. Yeah, so I can do more venom damage if I use this. If I use a 8 and 6. Oh, he's still okay. I thought maybe that was him that died, but no, it was my bot teammate that died. Okay. He's still around. For the most part, I don't have to worry about him. Like, I don't have to personally, but my bots do. We probably will end up losing. Really? It would be great if you grabbed that, dude. Yeah, get out of here, nerd. I know we lose, but it felt good to kill him anyway. So. Which mech is best to equip minigun? Probably Blockhorn. That's not a storm rack. What? What do you mean? People were getting more progression, so they stopped it. Well, they removed ads a long time ago, a long time before they reduced the prices of stuff. I think they should have kept ads, to be honest. Guardian Berserker, you know what? It's true, it is a build that I wanted to use. It's not gonna do well, but you know what? It'll be funny, and that's what counts. This one? Nah, that red is so out of place. Why is there even red on there? Is it because these tiny little specks of red on the skin? It doesn't even fit, dude. It looks so weird. I guess this one's okay. There's a lot of gray on there. Much appreciated, sir. But, like, look, Viper 8 or Railgun 8 for your Lancer. Okay, I did already say, in fairness to me, I did already say that Viper is not one that you should get. You should just use Overdriver. But Railgun only works well on Orion. If you have Overdriver, then get Railgun. You're not going to use it on Lancer forever. You'll use it on Orion later, but you could use it on Orion, right? But if you already have Overdriver, then don't bother getting Viper. I don't think you need both. I think either way you're gonna want to get Railgun, so you may as well get it. If we hypothetically play tournaments for long enough, being in Tier 2 and collect 1,000 keys, and then get all the skins, and then get A coins, and then buy... You realize 1,000 keys is not even close to enough to get all the skins, right? Right? So, I know a guy who spent a crap ton on this game, on skins and fortune keys, and even he does not have all of them. There are... Hold on. Well, we could do the math. We could do the math. So, 5.5 plus... I'm adding up all of these numbers here first. 10.4 plus 24 plus 40. That's your total chances of getting anything other than skins. Right? That's your total chances of getting a skin. So you divide that by 0.03. 670 skins is what I have in this crate. That's what this is the number of skins that I should have in this crate. 670. So it would take at least 6,700 keys if I got absolutely nothing except for keys the entire time. It would take 6,700 keys to get all the skins. But it'd actually take way more than that. Because about 80% of the time, you're getting other stuff that isn't removed from the vault. About 80% of the time, you're getting one of these things. So, times 5, this is how many spins it should take. Roughly, because you're 5 times as likely to get this than you are to that, right? Like you should get one skin every 5 pulls, essentially, with these odds. And these are good odds, because I have a lot of these skins already, right? So these should be good odds. And then times 10, because each one costs 10 keys. 33,000 fortune keys. You want to play tournament, get 33,000 fortune keys? Because you want to know how many epic skins would be in here by the time you play enough tournament to get 33,000 fortune keys? It wouldn't be 670 that you started with. You probably have like twice that many. So actually, by the time you get that many, you only have half of what you need. You only have half of what you need. And then you have to do it all over again. By the time you get it again, there's going to be even more skins that they've introduced, that they've added to the fortune vaults. I don't think you understand that. I don't think you're fully grasping the concept of how never this is going to happen. Absolutely never will you get all of those skins. Take maybe 10,000 keys? Absolutely not, no. I think over the course of, because especially adding the amount of time that it would take to get these, because let's assume that you get, how many keys do you think you could get in one tournament week, fellas? What's the absolute max number of keys you could get in one tournament week? Do we think? Made you spend your savings for a single question. I didn't make you spend anything. I answered your question before you did that. 60? Okay. So we're back to, it was like 33,000 something, but I'll round it down to 33,000. You're welcome. So divided by 60, 550 weeks. Divided by 52. 10.6 years. How many new epic skins do you think they're going to have in 10.6 years? Right? The game has existed for like maybe 5. Like skins have existed in the game for like maybe 5 years. So if they continue the way that they've been, we can assume that there'd be about 3 times as many total skins by the time you actually get enough fortune keys to get a third of the skins now, right? So then you have to do that all over again, except twice over. But again, by the time that happens, a lot more skins have been added. You would eventually, like theoretically, there's a point where you would eventually catch up. I would guess that it would take somewhere around like I would guess it'd take like somewhere around like 5 or 6 times what it would take. Like there'd be like 5 or 6 times the total number of skins by the time you finally catch up. So like 100,000 fortune keys. But even if they never added a single epic skin ever again, and even going by the fact, even going by these rates, which again, these rates are incredibly generous as a starting point because I have quite a lot of epic skins already. Like, look at all the epic skins that I have just for Bastion. Like, there's a lot that I don't have as well. But I have quite a few. I have quite a few. And that makes like a Redeemer, which has been out for a lot longer. I have quite a lot of epic skins. So you're starting off at a pretty good head start. And it's still gonna, even if they never added a single skin ever again in your life, it would still take like 10 years to save up the fortune keys just to get those skins. So like my point to you is just to try to like give you a what's it called? Oh, I should change the implants on this. Not the skin, bro. What am I doing? My point is simply to give you a better idea, give you like a reference point for how literally never this is going to happen. Because again, I know a guy who spent a lot of money, and he's on skins specifically, and he at one point really wanted to get all the epic skins. It's not going to happen. It's like he still has like a solid 400 epic skins in the Fortune Vault, I think. So, like, it's just never going to happen, like, period. You will never get all the epic skins. It's just rabbit hole where the rabbit never stops digging. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if you were to get 60 fortune keys every single day, or not day, sorry, week, I do think that eventually you would catch up, but it would take you like 50 years or something like that. At which point the game would have long since died, right? My shield's already... Bruh. My man shot me for a grand total of like half a second, and I almost freaking died. I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna run it. No! I heard the Gemini shooting, and I was like, no, please don't be coming for me. Damn it, dude. Are we for? Be fine. Oh, wait. He's trying to bait me. I don't want that outlet to freaking crash me, no! For coffee, not coffee, caffeine overdose, thank you. Much appreciated. Coffee can be expensive, but I just make my own. Like, buying it is not worth it. Like, obviously, you gotta buy the coffee grounds and whatever, but you get what I mean. You get what I mean. If you're a billionaire, then you have no problem, sure. But this guy clearly isn't. Because if he was, he wouldn't have had to ask about it. And I don't think any billionaires can be playing a dumb mobile game, dude. How can you get the ads? You can't. If you don't have them, then you don't have them. Some people got them a long time ago. And if you got them back then you get to keep them, I think, as far as I'm aware. But, yeah, no, if you don't have them now, there's no way to get them. Technically, they're not, like, the game doesn't support that anymore. I'm not sure why. You could ask me why. How can they tell you? To me, it was always a good idea. Like, ads always seemed like a good idea. Plus, like, you know, it's only for people who feel like watching ads. If you don't want to watch the ads, then you don't watch it, right? Get them, boys. Okay, never mind. Don't get them, I suppose. Where is the... Oh. No. Yeah, okay. I thought you couldn't see me, but I guess you could. That's not good, bro. Yeah, at the time I'm out. I have no idea where that... Oh. Okay, is that the last one? The problem is that... they have a beacon, so they're gaining influence. I think they might actually win. Yeah. Dang, bro. I don't watch the ads, I close my eyes. I mean, fair enough. I don't think anybody, like, actually actively pays attention. Like, if you watch it, then it's just like, you set your phone down for a second, you go do something else, right? But I think most people don't care. Like, if there's... I think most people would like to have the option to have it, to run an ad and get something for free, right? I think most people would like that. Like, so long as it's not forced on you. You don't have to if you don't want to. But if you want to, you could just, like I said, like, just mute your phone or just put it down and go to the bathroom or something. And then you get free stuff. As opposed to having to, you know, spend money. You can just spend, like, 30 seconds of your time. That always, and, you know, like, and, you know, running the ads. The ads make Plarium money, but you don't have to spend money. So that's just, like, I don't know. I've always been okay with ads just as a feature. Do you know Manny Gaming? Know of him, yeah. I used to watch him a lot. The best sounding weapon is Reaver. Yeah, no, it's gotta be Reaver, dude. It sounds so good. Orion and Railgun 12s. I might do that. I might make another almost meta video, and it may or may not end up being a maxed version. It may or may not end up being like me using a maxed version of my free-to-play account. That could be interesting. Did you ever try Call of Duty? Yeah. Yeah, I used to play that a while back. I feel like everybody's probably played that at one point in their lives. Such a popular franchise, right? Vovka. Surge. The Reaver glaze is crazy. It's deserved, though. You gonna try to tell me that it's not? I'm almost dead already. I am dead already. I probably shouldn't start with the Guardian, realistically. Oh, let's go. I freaking snagged it. Did you see that? Get freaking wrecked, nerd. I knew exactly what I wanted, man. This is not gonna end well. I can already tell. No. Your favorite free-to-play build is Railgun Orion? I mean... probably should be. It's wild how few people actually use that build. It's so good. Like, until the point where you get, like, a Surge or Eclipse, I can't imagine anything would do better than Railgun Orion. On a free-to-play account, anyway. It's just disgusting. Yo, okay, my game just, like, lagged for a bit. You're about to heal himself? Where is the player? He used his Eclipse already. He used his Search already. Or wait, did he use his Eclipse? No, I don't remember. He used his Search for sure. Ow. Oh, he has a Railgun Orion. Ow! Did you know you could play with controller? Yeah. That's been a thing for, like, years. Some people do it. Most people don't. I want to go up there, but that Rogue and Ryan guy could reach me if I do that. So I'm just going to go for this guy first. I have to kill this guy first. Yeah, because that's going to happen. Ow. Okay, fine. Hellfire's so big. A lot of it, yeah. The, like that weird, like, container thing pokes out. Massive. Is it just bots now? If it's 2 bots versus 2 bots, I don't think this is going to work out in my favor. If it's 2 bots versus a bot and a player, then it's definitely not going to work out in my favor. Because these bots can only go for one thing at a time and think that all of them are kind of slow. And the enemy bots are also kind of slow, but it doesn't really matter. Like, the influence is too much at this point. Yeah. Minigun Chungus. The smallest weapon is the base launcher 6. Base launcher 6? Nade launcher 6. Is that true, though? No, I think the smallest weapon's gotta be, like, Hornet 8. Because it's really small on, like, the weapon mounts. Okay, it's a little bit bigger. That's a bit bigger. Well, let's... Okay, clearly the 6s are gonna be the smallest, right? Or maybe, like, the 4s. But let's just go to the 6s anyway. Yeah, this thing's tiny. Last RPG... Hornet's definitely smaller, I think. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. It's pretty big comparatively. Yeah. Oh, wow, that thing's tiny. That thing is also small. Is it smaller than Hornet? It's definitely longer, but I think, like... You gotta, like, kind of guess what the mass would be. Podgun is kind of huge. Peter, Hellfire, no. Savant, no. No. Strike Rocket. Cryo is pretty big. He said nade launcher. No, that's not, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Even Helix 6 is smaller. But then what about, like, frickin' shotgun? What about, like, the 2 energy ones? Shotgun 2. That's actually kind of big still. Even that is probably bigger than Thermal Lance 2. This is literally Thermal Lance 2. I think this is still bigger than, what was it called? Oracle. I think Oracle was still smaller. Yeah, this is actually kind of massive. It's bigger than most 6 energy weapons, I think. Well, not most, but it's bigger than some. So Helix Rack is pretty darn small. But then I think, like... Oracle's also really freaking small. Compared to, like, this one. It technically covers more space, but this one's definitely smaller by mass. So then compared to, like, this... I think Hornet's probably the smallest. Go back to this. Well, okay, by mass, nah. By mass, it's gotta be continuum. RPGs are small? No, they're not. It's gotta be continuum, dude. But if we're talking like sheer like space, because continuum takes up a bit of space, it's just like most of it is like empty space. If we're talking sheer space, I do think Hornet is the smallest. Yeah. I hate that the game just like it doesn't load it in half the time. When are you gonna get a legendary pilot crate rush? I don't know, dude. There's not a schedule. Like, as far as I'm aware, they don't have schedules for most things. So, like, you can ask as much as you want. I'm never going to be able to tell you. Pulse cannons are small. They're actually not that much. Like, compared to, like, let's take Hornet 6, right? And then we'll compare it to, like, Pulse Cannon 4. It's pretty big, actually. You gotta scroll fast enough so it doesn't, like, change the little thing. Yeah, no, I'd say this one's smaller. RPG is average-sized. Plasma cannon? No, I already checked all the weapons, guys. I already checked all the weapons, including plasma cannon. Most of them are actually a lot bigger than you think they are. Like, just because they're weak doesn't mean they're small. Even autocannon 2 is actually, like, surprisingly massive. What's the biggest? It's gotta be Minigun 16, right? Like, certainly. CBGO. Okay. The moment I leave, you'll start comparing sizes. Sometimes it's important information to have. Nice. Did break his shield. I can tell where he is based on that status effect. He absolutely will kill me if he gets close enough. So will that freaking Tetra Outlaw. Both of these Tetra Outlaws, bro. Go away. I don't want it. Everybody gets some. Except everybody doesn't get some. You get to not have it. That's your prize. Just to not have it. Get out of here. Oh, I don't have to. Ah! Okay. Ah, I mean, I got a couple, though. 3 kills with that is not bad. He's got a Mimicker. Mimicker is pretty cool. Dang it. Yeah, I did kill him. Gemini is such a bot farming weapon, dude. Oh, nice, he's dead. Problem is, he's gonna spawn there with like an eclipse now. Haha! And like a crystal ball, I freaking predict the future. It's almost like everyone uses the exact same stuff. Rotating animation if Berserker looks cool. Yeah, true. I don't think it's like any... It's not really any different than like Overdriver there, right? Do I have the DPS to kill this? I don't think I do, right? Probably not. Ha! I barely dealt HP damage to him at all. that's unfortunate. No. I mean, I could just do that. Ah, really? And then immediately get stasis. Balls in the face. Can you get mod? No. Oh. I don't know you. Which mech has the shortest reload? It's gotta be Lancer, right? Revoker 16 is massive. Okay, Blast RPG is currently the winner. Overdriver 16 is currently the winner. Overdriver is still the winner. Still the winner. Probably Disruptor 16 is the winner. Not by much, though. Gemini is surprisingly small. That's pretty big, but there's a lot of empty space. And then there's this. See, like, Revoker's big, but it's no minigun. I'm telling you, minigun's gotta be the biggest weapon. Helix 16 is also pretty massive. Shotgun used to look so different. That's true. I kind of like the way that it looks now, though. What matters is how you use it. It's true. It's true. Not everyone shares that sentiment. But you know what? I agree with you. Mech Arena could fix the balance of the game by just nerfing Revoker a little. I think they probably could, yeah. It wouldn't necessarily, like, solve every problem that exists, but I think nerfing Revoker by a little bit would actually have a pretty significant impact on the balance and make things a bit better. Like I've said it before, it can still be the top weapon. It's not even the fact that Revoker's the top weapon. It's the fact that Revoker is like 3 times better than every other thing that you could be using. No. No! Yeah, the problem with that is, like, I could have shot at him right after crashing him, but he had the resistance active because the game is stupid and thinks that when your system crash a Nomad, that should give it resistance. It's technically a bug, but it's a bug that's existed for, like, literally ever since Nomad existed, so they're never gonna fix it. We all know this. Yeah, bruh, didn't even deal damage. Sentry would have died to that. Ow. Really? Oh. I'm alive, though. And there's a Scorpius. Getting some random... Bro, who the heck is calling me? I feel like it's only while I'm streaming too. I got no random calls yesterday. They freaking know, dude. They know, and they're trying to be as annoying as possible. Bro, stop. You know it's a spammer when bro. You know it's a spammer when they call you immediately after you decline. And then they immediately hang up. I don't know what the heck is wrong with that. Anybody else get that? Where it's like they call you twice, but the second time they immediately hang up. It's like, oh, whoops. You already declined it. I forgot. Mech Arena doesn't know what a little bit means. You know, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. I don't really trust them to nerf stuff. You probably shouldn't either. But at the same time, it's like, you know... at this point, I'd kind of rather them over-nerf Revoker. You'd have to nerf it by a stupid amount to make it not OP. If you could only have one build of any weapon, it would make Revokers less annoying. True. It would make a lot of things. It would make a lot of things less annoying. And it's not like they don't force you to buy different weapons anyway, right? Like if you want to use Revoker on two things, you got to buy 2 sets of Revokers. I mean, technically, you might even have to buy 3, like the 8 and the 16, along with the 12. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that would certainly make things a lot more balanced, but at the same time, I think it would kind of kill the variety even more than we already see it, right? Because then there's certain mechs that only work well with Revoker, or they only work well close quarters. And if you already have one Revoker build, you're probably not going to... Are you likely to use a different weapon on that mech, or are you likely to just not use that mech? I think it's more likely that you just don't use that mech. So, and I'm just spitballing, potentially a thing like that, which definitely would improve the balance, could potentially make it could potentially also create like even more cookie cutter meta than we already see. And that wouldn't be super fun. You can't play Mech Arena because you need to update, but you don't have internet. Fair enough. The guy who designed Revoker probably doesn't play the game. Revoker was not OP when it first came out. I keep having to tell people this. It wasn't. Ember Gun was better. Because you'd one-shot people. Well, like Ember Gun, all it took was 1 tap to kill most things. And for Revoker, it would take 2 hits, and so it took slightly longer to kill with Revoker than it did with Ember Gun. And so Revoker existed. I even used Revoker on Seeker, and I liked it a lot, but it wasn't it wasn't quite as meta. Like, it wasn't, you had 2 better options. The better options were Ember Gun or Railgun, both of which would one-shot almost everything. And Revoker could quickly kill stuff, but not as quickly. So, you know, when they made it, it was not OP. Most of the reason that it's OP is because multi-layered shields exist. And so most of the time that you have to get through, you know, in this case, you have to chew through 7 layers of a random shield, which means it doesn't even matter about damage output, it's mostly about how many reasonably effective projectiles can you toss at a shield as quickly as possible without having to reload. Because after that, HP goes down really quickly. Raw HP goes down really quickly. The multi-layered shield is really what does it, and the number of layers as well. See, they could rework multi-layered shields and do whatever with that to also solve the problem. But I know they don't want to nerf multi-layered shields because they don't want to nerf anything because that would make people angry. But I think if they nerfed snipers working, yeah, that's true, they were. I didn't like it when they were, but some people did. I shouldn't start with this, but I'm going to. How do you have 100,000 epic mod parts? Because, like, what am I going to use them on? Like, there's things I could use them on, but it's like, it's not really worth buying those mods. I already have an epic hardened hull on basically, or not hardened, but galvanic hull on basically everything. Go away, multi-mic volt face. Is that hemlock still around? I don't think they killed it. Okay, here's a problem. Yeah. It's actually more beneficial to not... You're welcome, bot. You could thank me later. Oh, crap. He's gonna come for me. Probably. Maybe not. Oh, I'm alive. He's gonna spawn on it, though, is the problem. Well, he doesn't have an eclipse anymore. Yeah. What does he have? Oh, he has minigun. Yeah, get wrecked, nerd. What are you gonna do now? Freaking nothing. And nothing. A whole lot of garbage. That's what you're gonna do? I'm probably dead. Wait, I'm not. How do I still have a layer, by the way? Ah, never mind. No. Bro almost did it. He almost did the dirty... I'm alive. It was OP idea. 2 kills, bro. I have not contributed much. It was an OP idea still. To spawn this first. Game remove. Game remove. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait. And I'm dead. As soon as I see the freaking Berserker on Stalker, but that's the... I'm using the 16. The 12 has been out for a while. I don't think anybody cares about the 12. Should not have used this. Where is the other... Oh, he's dead. I thought the player was still around. Yeah, you go there. Oh, okay. The frick are you shooting at? That's a bot, and he's just shooting at the ground like an idiot. I don't understand. He's a nerd and I'm not, yeah. It's true, though. I got pretty much bottom, but it's fine. What determines matchmaking? Multiple things. Your SP... People think that it's just your SP. It's not. I'd say more than anything, it's about, like, your best single build. So if you had like there was that one guy that I fought. This guy. He's 8k, right? That's pretty weak. That's rank 5. That's rank 5. His weapons are maxed, but, you know, rank 4. But he's got a maxed Onyx, max EM Rifle 16, max Legendary Pilot with a bunch of Legendary mods. So the game sees this, and they're like, oh, okay, he's got that. So the rest of his hanger should be on par with that. And if it's not, then he's probably tanking. And we're just going to assume, we're just going to base the matchmaking off of this. As they probably should, right? Because otherwise you get situations where someone's just using a bunch of weak stuff along with one super OP thing. And yeah, most people have probably run into issues like that. They've mostly solved the tanking issue in like CPC, but other modes not really. Deathwalker with Overdriver 16 and Blockhorn with Minigun 16. Blockhorn with Minigun is good. Deathwalker with Overdriver is okay. I've seen some people use it, but like Stormrack is pretty objectively the best weapon for Deathwalker. And I don't think there's really any, because like the only reason that you'd use anything other than Stormrack 16 on Deathwalker is, I mean, A, if you didn't have it, but it costs credits, so you should have it. If you have to like, you know, if you have to Overdriver 16. But B, if you're using like Stormrax on Lacewing and Hemlock in the same hanger. In which case, I don't know if you really need both of those in the same hanger anyway. Will I join MAQC on the free-to-play account? You know, I'm not sure still. I don't know. When does that end? Do you guys know? SP difference of 800 or more between your mechs you face tougher opponents. I very much doubt that it's a hard 800 SP cap. If anything, it's a percentage difference. How OP is Berserker on Guardian? Exactly as OP as you think it is. Ends on October 4th. Bruh. So I literally have, like, not any time. Oh dear. I should enter, shouldn't I? The problem is... I don't have a team of people. And I know some people are going to volunteer, but, like, I don't want to just, like, take any random person. Like, no offense, but, like, it is, like, a tournament thing, so I don't want to just, like, take anybody. I don't know. I don't have a lot of time to think about it, though, that's for sure. There's no downsides of joining. Well, the downsides of joining are A, it's like I'd have to find a team and register the team. And B, I'd have to keep up with all of that and with the scheduling and whatever. And with people being purposely vague so that they can try to trick people into not showing up at the correct time zone so that they can get auto wins so that they can get more free stuff. Because you really like that's been happening since the last time. People not really, especially at lower SP, I will say, like especially at lower SP, people are going to be a bit less inclined. The higher SP teams, they probably already play competitively quite a bit, and you know they're going to be more willing and more used to cooperating with each other. But the lower SP, it's just, I shouldn't say just, but there's a lot more people who are just trying to cheat the system, essentially. Trying to figure out ways to get auto wins. Red Eyes, take care. Could be the same as the previous team. No, I think a couple of the other people joined different teams. Considering we didn't get to do much last time around, that's true. Wait, who are you in-game? I forget, sorry. How bad are Vipers compared to Overdriver? They're very similar, but you may as well get Overdriver because it's slightly better. Like, if you don't have either one, you may as well just get Overdriver. You could get both, but I don't think there's a reason to get both. Does Sentry always die to Disruptor? Yes, always. 100% of the time. So whenever he's, like, playing competitively, when he dies to... It might look like he's dying to someone using a Revoker, but what's actually happening is there's a bot on a different map that's close by. It fires a Disruptor, and it just goes for a while, and it kills Sentry right when he's fighting some other Revoker idiot. Otherwise, I'd stand no chance. Halcyonic, okay. I mean, like, I would be down to mostly use the same team, but I think at least a couple of the guys, at least Ringer, I think, joined a different one. And I think one other guy as well, but I don't remember who. I could use a Riddock. It's OP. I want Radius on here. Yeah, OP. Surprising you can join too. Well, you didn't join last time, did you? Is Deathwalker HP Restoration implant worth it? Should you scrap it? Unless you, like, desperately need the implant parts, I don't think you should scrap implants that, like, theoretically could be useful. Like, there's not really much reason to. Like, just because you're not using it right now doesn't mean that you won't use it later down the road, right? Because, like, I know a lot of people who, who's, like, whenever the meta changes, right? Like, when Railgun stopped being meta, everybody just immediately scrapped all of their Railgun and EM rifle implants. And, you know, it's like, for most people, I guess it probably worked out fine, but I don't know, I think it's shouldn't necessarily be too quick. If you don't need to, I'd say don't bother, but I don't use that implant now. If that's the question you're asking. I'm like, oh. He's attached to me, so I probably shouldn't shoot at him. Bruh, are we for real? Yeah, I did some decent damage to him. For a second, I thought he had Disruptor, but no. I mean, I don't know why I'd think he'd have anything except for Revoker. It's not like anybody does that. Oh, hi. That's not good. I gotta stay outside 100 meters. There we go. He probably will have time enough to respawn, but... No? Okay. You're afraid MAQC will be cancelled just like MAC? No, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. There's also the Noble tournament, dude. The Noble Death Games. That one also kind of got cancelled. Because they lost their funding because the guy who was funding it had, like, you know, life issue thing come up. And yeah, understandable. So some people decided to continue, but yeah, officially I don't think it still runs. But that's not going to happen with MAQC, right? Because it's like their funding comes from Plarium and they can do whatever. So that shouldn't be an issue. Oh no, he has 2 Revoker builds. Whatever will I do? I was not prepared for this. Always remember, guys, the greatest skill you can have in this game is equipping multiple Revoker scouts. The highest form of skill will always come in the way that you set up your hangar. 90% of your skill does not happen in the battlefield. It happens in how you set up your hangar. And by skill, I mean like using the things that everybody uses. Orion or Panther? I'd go with Orion. I think Orion's better. Any tips for new players? I have a video going through the entire Gear Hub from a free-to-play perspective. Some of it is slightly outdated, but then there's like little cards in the top that I link the videos, like as stuff comes out. So the top link in the description goes through the entire Gear Hub. I feel like a lot of people have watched it, but then they choose to, they either forget it and then they choose to, or they choose to just like not listen to it, and then ask me anyway. I was like, I make these videos to answer questions, guys. Can I play with Vipers on Stalker? No, sorry. I mean, this stream is like just. This stream is just for Berserker 16, so I don't want to focus on, like, you know, random viewer request builds. Because otherwise it'll get out of hand pretty quick. Though we might stop using this and go do something else. I don't know. Is Berserker just a bad version of Overdriver? I don't want to compare it to Overdriver because it doesn't really work in the same way by any means. I'm not really sure. I guess like Pulse Cannon. It's kind of like a legendary Pulse Cannon, but not a good version of it, really. On Gatecrasher, you know what? Fine. Why not? Damage. Berserker Onyx will change your life trust. Oh, yeah, that's fair. MAQC might cancel for the same reason MSC. Why did MAC cancel? On Gatecrasher, it'll crash the gates. That's true. If they brought any gates, I'm ready to freaking crash them. I'm immediately stuck, aren't I? Yeah, of course. Trust issues, you're pretty sure? Yeah, well, guess what? Nobody has ever trusted Mech Arena Official. So if you cause problems, they'll just ban you. Like, no shade toward the mods in Mech Arena Official, but I feel like they don't exactly have a stellar reputation among most of them. I think mostly just because they have certain takes that they don't like, but... Too many laterally spinning weapons? Well, how else would it spin? Sideways? Oh, hi. Okay. They release a mech that just chucks other mechs. See, they've told me before that they probably are never going to make a mech with multiple dashes. Like with more dashes than 2, like they did Nomad with technically 2. But they're probably never going to make one with, like, more than that, or anything like that. Or anything that moves more than that. Because every time you dash technically introduces, like, a small amount of desync. So every time you dash, you're, like, a couple pixels away from where people think you are. And so the more times you dash, the more that, like, stacks up, right? Like, if I were to dash, like, a freaking 100 times... Oh, that's that guy I fought earlier. Nice. If I dash like 100 times, you know, people would think that I'm here, but I'm actually like friggin' over there. So, yeah. That's definitely a thing that they try to avoid, and I imagine what, at least what's been my belief for a while, is that any mech that moves other mechs would have the same effect. Where, like, it very easily would create a situation where it's, like, desync, right? Essentially. Not the guy, but the thing. Yeah, where is the other dude? Is he just... Is he back here? Did he quit? Where is the dude? Where is Le Man? He's not back here. Is he down here? Hello? Oh. He's all the way in the back beacon. Bring back the mighty Chungus. Yeah, he did quit. That's unfortunate. Either that or he got disconnected. I guess I shouldn't assume that people quit, because this game will quit you for you, but so many freaking bugs. Have you done Hornets yet? As in like this? Your analysis on Reaver is on another level? Well, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I don't think Reaver's actually going to be that good. Because I did the math, and it's like, yeah, if it takes 2 full magazines, it's just GG. Have any mechs done well with Berserker 16 so far? I'm gonna give you one guess as to which one has done the best. And you'll probably get it right. Was it Blockhorn? No, I think it was Deathwalker. But they were pretty close. I'll take either answer. Can you do 1v1? Nah, I don't do 1v1s. I've never really liked 1v1s. Platinum does, though. How do you have the achievement skin for Bastion? See, what's funny is the devs did something really dumb. I mean, big surprise, right? But they made a mistake like freaking. It was probably close to a year ago. They made a random crate rush event with a couple skins in it, and you spin it for 8 coins. One of those skins was the Bastion achievement one, and I spun it and I got it, even though I don't have Bastion's achievements done. And so that's cool. It's the only achievement. Well, no, technically it's one of 2 achievement skins that I own. The other one that I own is for Gatecrasher, which was also a mistake. I have not completed Gatecrasher's achievements. Makes sense for the range and spread since Deathwalker just runs in. Yeah, exactly. Deathwalker, I think, was the only mech that I was able to just straight up run in, like, just straight at people, and I could just burn out the entire magazine without having to give it a pause first. Because the way that it works is that if you hold down the trigger, after a little while it starts to get like crazy spread to where it's like completely unusable, which is about half of your magazine. So about halfway through the mag, you have to give it like 1 or 2 seconds break, and then you can fire again. I'm pretty sure Deathwalker was the only mech that I could just hold the trigger the entire time. Everything else I can't. Do I know Omniverse? I mean, I know him. Yeah, technically, yeah. Like I don't know him well. Berserker Onyx. Okay, you know what? Sure. I'll do this one more time, and then I'll do Berserker Onyx. And then we'll probably call it after that, because I think there's really nothing else worth using. Forgot to try it on Turret the Almighty Archtoins. Well, I didn't forget, I just didn't feel like it. I also didn't use it on Paragon. Berserker 16 looks massive on Gatecrasher. Yeah, it looks kind of nice. Oh my goodness, okay, thank you for not dazing me, instead dazing the bot. I appreciate that. Gatecrasher's false advertising, it doesn't crash any gates. Well, name a gate that it doesn't crash, right? Like even just one gate that it doesn't crash. I don't think you can. You're not shooting at me, sir. Why? I stood there and took it like a champion because I thought that he was shooting at somebody else. And then I saw my freaking HP going down. Oh, that's not good. Stop! Oh, I killed him, though. Died via Bluetooth. Dude. That is actually what happened, though. That should kill him. Yeah. Would have killed him if somebody else didn't. Oh, hi. I was feeling. I gotta hit him with 3 bursts, like, between the 2 weapons. I gotta hit him, yeah, with 3 bursts. Or just stack the thing. Oh, that's gonna immediately trigger the daze, though, is a problem. That might even kill him. Yeah, let's go, dude. What a freaking nerd, this guy. Please don't. Guys, please stop. Guys, please stop. You can continue now, yeah. Okay. And I'm dead. Why didn't they make a Seraphim skin for Lace Swing? I don't know. Maybe they did, they just haven't released it. It might be on the test server, I'd have to check. I don't care that much to check, though. If I'm being fully honest with you. Oh, hi. Hey, Pa. Ow. Yeah, I didn't realize he was back there. He's got a pod gun Aegis. That's cool. Yeah, it turns out you just damaged yourself instead, you little nerd. Can you guys kill him? That guy, that bot? Probably not. No, because I have freaking hornets, of course. I am cooked. No. Are we gonna lose? Bro, imagine we lose this. I'm out, though. You know what's a floating turret bastion? Yeah, you're right. Basic implant crate, not give a legendary implant? Yeah. Yeah, there's... Oh, okay. Just joins the mole people after capturing the beacon, sure. Yeah, no, I think the basic one is just rare or epic. Well, we can check, hold on. Pilot. Oh, no. Mine says 1%. Why does yours say 0%? Yeah, there's a really small chance for basic. It's essentially no chance. But then for this one, there's no chance of rares, right? So you either get a legendary or an epic, but it's most likely an epic, right? And even if it was a legendary, it's a random legendary, so it's most likely something garbage. I have gotten good implants from the free crate, though. I will say. I think a lot of people have. Like, if you spin it enough times, it's bound to get you something good. Is there even a reason to open? I mean, it's no reason not to. There's a freaking notification bubble, and it bothers me, so I'm just going to do it. Yeah, there we go. Gotten 3 legendary implants from basic one. Nice. I love the idea of a flamethrower weapon, but damn, they made Hellfire so bad. Bro, there's this one guy, one of the official content creators you might shadow. I don't know if you knew him or knew of him. He used to go by something else. What did he used to go by? Frick, I don't remember. But he used a max shadow a lot with like EM rifles or whatever. But he was like constantly hounding Plarium for a flamethrower weapon. They add one and it's absolute trash, bro. It's so bad. It's so bad. And this is what bothers me. It's like, it's not even so much the fact, like, yeah, in terms of the meta, in terms of balancing the meta, you need to need to deal with revokers somehow. Maybe you could deal with revokers by changing mod shields the way that they work. Probably you could deal with them somewhat that way. And there's multiple angles you could take it from. But like, my biggest gripe in terms of the game balance, my biggest gripe is the fact that there's like 70% of all of the weapons that exist. I'm talking legendary weapons. I'm not talking about epic or anything like that. I'm talking legendary weapons. 70% of the ones that exist are straight garbage. They're absolutely unusable. Like, they're terrible on everything. It's not even just like it's niched and you can only use it on X mech. Like, no, it's just straight up terrible on everything, and that's the problem that I have. That's ridiculous, dude. Pug's lifestyle. See, I would have if you didn't say it 4 times. I'm not going to bother timing you out because you spammed it, but then you stopped spamming. In the detail option, it says 0 for all legendary. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Personal opinion on EM rifle. You should just don't bother getting it. There's no reason to get it. Costs a lot of A-coins and it's not even good. Like, you get Railgun 8s for credits. And there's arguably better than EM rifles anyway. Which mech is the best for competitive matches? For Tetra Rifle, probably Eclipse, because it's just good for everything. But apart from that, maybe Blockhorn? I will... Okay, I nobody else says this, right? This is a thing that you'll only hear from me. And probably at least partially because I am a little bit biased and I will glaze Tetra Rifle Blockhorn a bit. But I do genuinely think that Tetra Rifle Blockhorn is pretty good. Unless it's free. Well, sure, you get whatever you can that's free. It's free progress. Even if you don't use it, it's, you know, it's free. Why not? Individually, it's 0% chance. Right, because they round it. And there's like, what, freaking 1,000 legendary implants? So what are they going to show you, like 0.0001%? Like, no, they're just going to round it to 0. That makes sense. Juggalo, hello, how are you? Tetra Rifle will be free to play soon? Not really. It's just like 3 weapons down the line. Next one should be Howler. One after that should be Dreadshot, which, like, it's over. It's OP. And then the one after that should be Tetra Rifle. And then I think maybe Strike Rocket after that, so both of those are going to be very good. New legendary weapons suck. Most of them, yeah. Most of them. I actually think Reaver has some potential. I don't think it's necessarily going to be meta, but I think it could be... I think it could be similar to, like, Tetra Rifle, where it's, like, it's usable in a in a competitive environment, but it's not going to be what most people pick for meta stuff. It's usable, but it's not technically meta. That's what I kind of think it's going to be that. And that's kind of like that. That's kind of my favorite place for things to be. Like, I don't necessarily want every new thing to be meta, because that's exactly what makes the game pay to win, right? The reason, like, you could call the game pay to win, and you'd be right, because both Deathwalker and Lacewing are weapons that you can't get, or mechs that you can't get unless you spend money, or you get really lucky in, like, a crate rush or something. Like, you can't reasonably get them as a free-to-play player. And they're very meta mechs. So yeah, that's pay to win. Am I crazy, or did Plarium walk back their art style change? No, I kind of noticed that too. I think you're right. And I think it's because I partially, probably, I don't know, but I think it's probably partially because all the negative feedback that they got from it. And my guess is they got a bunch of negative feedback simply because every time they do anything, people feel the need to give them negative feedback on it. They kept the old designs, bro. You could still use all the old skins. You could still use the base paint job. You could still, like, all the legendary skins were the exact same. I don't know why people had a problem with it. I thought all the new designs looked great. I thought they looked phenomenal. I think they've been... What's also kind of interesting, though, is that I think they've kind of been stepping up the designs of the weapons, though. They've been stepping back on the mechs, but I think they've been kind of stepping up on the weapons. Imagine a visual redesign for maps. You know they did that with the arena map, the mech arena map. They made it all like dark and like futuristic looking. Does anybody remember that? That lasted for like a little while, and then they took that map down. They went back to the old design. I think their reasoning was because they had to make some changes on it, and they were going to bring it back, but they never ended up bringing it back. Am I ignoring you? Yeah, I'm ignoring you because you were spamming earlier. And spamming's not cool. Were you cooked as a free-to-play player? Could you actually get far-ish? I know a lot, I want to say a lot, but I know, like, you know, a good handful of free-to-play players who are in Tier 8, they have Hemlock. They bought Hemlock for credits or whatever, you know. I think Tier 9 is realistically where it ends. Like, you can get to Tier 8, I don't want to say reasonably, but, like, it's reasonably possible to get to Tier 8. It's very unreasonable to get to Tier 9. Some people will. Some people will get to Tier 9 as a free-to-play player, but most people won't. I think it takes way too long. It's not, like... It's not... I wouldn't consider that a reasonable... yeah. I wouldn't consider it reasonable. You hate all changes out of principle. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's like this... That's the reason that they'd change it. They'd change it back, is because... people just hate on every tiny little change for no reason. Since when are you playing Macarena right from the start? Technically no. The game was in beta for a while when I started. It's been like 4-ish years since I downloaded. And start making videos for like, I don't know, 6 to 8 months after I downloaded it. Is there videos in Clan Wars? Because they're very intense until last second. Do all almost meta builds and they need good team interaction and timing? No, I haven't done clan battle type things. I mean, I've done some in the Noble tournament that was going on, but I think like me and the rest of my clan have kind of just lost interest in the competitive environment ever since RuFFles fully took over. Like for a little while, people like most, including us, right? For a little while, like we didn't have, there was no. Well, I should have changed to Onyx, but whatever. There was no, like, maxed modded stuff. People had, you know, decent mods, but most of them weren't maxed out. And people were still experimenting with different things. You'd see a lot of different builds. But nowadays, it's just, like, every competitive hangar is a full hangar of Revokers and Stormwrecks, and that's essentially it. And it's super boring. So most of us have majorly lost interest in that. I agree, it was fun sometimes because the team play, but I think a lot of the team play is just kind of gone out the window. Ah, nice, I got him. Is there a player? Oh yeah, there is. Hacked. What is hacked? Got him. Haha, what a nerd. Bruh, I missed that? Really? Yeah, those last few shots are strong, dude. Nice. I'm gonna die. Yep, absolutely. Would competitive be fun if Revoker was banned? Competitive was relatively fun when there was a one mod rule, in which case like everybody just had max perimeter multilayer, obviously. But it was a bit more fun then. If there was no Revokers, I'm not really sure what would happen. I think it'd just be Stormrack meta. I don't know. It's tough, because it's like, Revoker serves a purpose. It's not just like Revoker's just unnecessarily OP and it shouldn't exist. Like, it serves a legitimate purpose. You see me try a lot of non-meta stuff competitively, like Outlaw, Podgun, and Parasite Continuum. Those are refreshing to watch, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, especially... It would be more usable or more doable in like a one mod only type rule set. Or even a no mods, but I don't really want to go back to no mods. No mods is mostly just railgun. Whatever. Which I'm not personally a fan of. Okay, thanks. Whatever. It's just Disruptor. I don't care that much. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like at this point, I probably could, and it's also just a matter of, like, I haven't played on this account very much. I haven't played competitively very much. Me and my team are very out of practice. Like, we're very out of practice. We're doing really bad. Which is okay. I mean, that's just what happens. And I'd be doing a bit better. Especially with certain builds, if I was just, like, trying things out. I'd be doing a bit better if I played on this account more, but honestly, I just have more fun on the other one. I just have more fun on the other one because there's more people around. And I don't have to deal with constant Revoker spam always. Solid mods only. Yeah, that requires you to spend a like crap ton of resources though on mods that you wouldn't use outside of that game mode. So I don't think it's fair to like I don't think it's fair to have a tournament mode that like essentially is just a matter of like who can burn the most resources on garbage that they shouldn't be burning it on. Do I want the same ones? I don't know if I need ability damage. If their mods are gone, I probably mostly just want radius. Which I'm tempted to level up, but I'm not going to. I'm still kind of waiting to get a legendary one, to be honest. And then in terms of the skin, this is just a really good skin, dude. This one as well, but it has like... I'll go with this one because the orange lights match. I'm very much a fan of like matching the lights on the weapon versus the lights on the mech. I don't know who else does that, but I almost exclusively do that. But you have a blockade. Do I own a perimeter multi? I do not. I probably should. Blockade's not very good. Oh well. Onyx is OP, yeah, for sure. You think the AK coin offer could come again? I think it could, yeah. I don't know if it will or when it will. You match the colors too? Good. As you should, because it matches. Like, it makes it actually like look like it goes together. Like, that Graviton Beam Salver looks pretty darn dope right there, dude. That's why I use Spy Hemlock skin with pods. Looks like another 2 eyes. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I probably wouldn't use that skin on any other weapon. Except for, like, pod gun, maybe Hornet. If I was using Hornet. I mean, not bad. I did lose my blockade mod, but... Oh. Help. Ah! I almost got him, though. I probably could have fired. My weapons were on the sides, and I probably could have shot at him without exposing myself. But, well. Eh. Have I used Continuum 16 Blockhorn? Certainly I have, right? Must have. I just don't really recall how it worked. Bleh. He's gonna dash me again, that's the problem. Well, guess what? You know what you can't counter? A little Surge McGee? This. Oh, that can, though. That can, though. Freak! He's dead, but... still unfortunate. Oh, and I got a bot build, apparently. Let's go. Yeah, crispy, crispy. Stop that. Oh, he got healed? No, 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 no. That's unacceptable, unexpectable. I didn't expect it. Somebody else kill him. Get out of the way, dummy. Yo, wait, does he have a Revoker Eclipse now? Is that what's going on? Oh. Yeah, did. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. Why would you use anything else when you could just use Revoker Eclipse? It solves all your problems. Hey, how are ya? Yeah, he runs at me like freaking Revoker brain. Like, wait a second. Wait a second. I can't just run straight at him while I have this build. That's crazy. What is that? What is that? See, I thought for a second that he was the one with the hemlock, but then I saw minigun and I was like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm looking at it right now and it still doesn't make any sense. I might not have enough ammo to kill anything else, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Volty low-key annoying. Well, yeah, a lot of things are when every single bot has one. Like Solus. Like, I don't mind most of the things. It's just a matter of, like, when every single one of the bots has it. You know that there's, like, 4 of them potentially all out on the field at the same time. That's when it's pretty annoying. Revoker brain is so accurate. Belts on nade launcher that would leave napalm behind. Yeah, I've like that could be a thing. Like almost anything could be a thing. It's just a matter of like, is it necessary for any reason? Like, do we need something like that, or would it be good? Macarena said on Discord that credits to A-Coins conversion was a mistake and they changed them back to credits. What does that mean? What credits to A-Coins? You mean like this? Or the token compensation? How does Soulless Blind work on Eclipse while in the ability? How do you think it works? All around Seeker or Surge? Which one's better? But Surge, it's not even close. Today, 4 bots had Aegis and they just deathwalked the entire map together. See, that's fantastic. But yeah, it's also an example of what could definitely end up happening. Pog, take care. During Epic price reduction, Epic items got changed from costing credits to A-Coins. Oh yeah. The Fuse Mortar 10 and the Missile Rex 6. They changed that already, yeah. I made that announcement on Discord already. I didn't really announce it. I just I said it in the announcements channel. I just didn't bother pinging anybody because I didn't think it was important. But yeah, they changed that a little while ago. It was a mistake, apparently. Even though I asked them specifically, and they were like, nope, that's good. My notes say it's okay. Like, okay. And then it turns out it wasn't actually okay. Who would have thought? Would Jovers be fine with Shield Pierce? Probably not. They'd still take like way too many shots to kill anything. Credits to A-Coin conversion when? It's a dumb idea. It's a pointless idea. Because here's the thing, it's like, and I've explained this before. If you have 2 currencies that convert into each other, if you can convert credits into A-Coins and then you can then convert those A-Coins back into credits, then there's legitimately 0 point in having 2 currencies. You may as well just have 1 currency. Because at that point, you essentially do only have 1 currency. Having credits is as good as having A-Coins, and having A-Coins is as good as having credits. It's never going to happen because there's the concept of like a premium currency means one currency that you can't get by just like you can't get it by conversion. Like you can't convert something into A-Coins because A-Coins are the premium currency. So, you know, just by definition, that's not gonna happen. But even still, it's like this. What would be the point of having 2 currencies if both of them were effectively the same as having the other? It's never going to happen. They're never going to do that. Even if it would be like, regardless of what I personally think about it, it's never going to happen. And that's and I could tell you exactly why it's not going to happen. Comparatively, railguns need more focus than other sniper weapons. I'm not sure that's true. I'd say probably EM rifle does, because it has a shot delay and everything, and you only get 1 shot every like 5-6 seconds. Tetra rifle as well, because you might think that Tetra rifle has 4 shots, but you actually really need all 4 of those shots to land. All of your damage output is in the last shot, so you absolutely cannot afford to miss that last shot. And in order to get decent damage on the last shot, you need all 3 previous shots to also hit. But it's a really short reload time, so it's like Tetra rifle's less intensive. But I think the shot delay of like EM rifle and stuff like that probably requires a bit more concentration. Will you buy Jovers on free-to-play? I want to, simply because I know that anytime something new comes out, people are going to want to buy it. And so I will want to, like, you know, I'll want to be able to at least have it so that people can see how good or bad it is. But I don't know. Could I realistically? I don't know, maybe. duplicating Graviton's worth it. I mean, you're probably not going to use them on anything. I mean, like, double Graviton Eclipse can be decent, but Overdriver's better. And you can get the 10s there as well. Seeker Gemini, no, sorry. Do you think they have idea of do with a thing of getting blueprints of mechs, and weapons? Do I think they're going to do anything about getting blueprints for mechs, and weapons? No, I don't think they're going to. Oh, well, I think they're going to at some point, but not for a very long time. This has been a question that people have been asking literally ever since the game was in beta, like before global launch even. For like the last 5 years, people have been asking them, like, dude, just let us do something with these useless blueprints, but they haven't. And I doubt that they're going to start now, right? I don't see any reason why they would. If they've ignored people that long or this long, like, I don't see any reason why they'd stop and take care of it. I'm not doing Overdriver. I'm not doing Berserker Puma, sorry. Is this test server? Nope. Nope, this is my main account. I have 2 accounts. The one that you see the most is the free-to-play one. This is my main account, technically. So this is where I get like all the new stuff and I try it out on max level, whatever. My weapons are not maxed almost ever. Most of my weapons aren't maxed, but you know, I got like max pilots, max mechs, really good implants, usually level 5. So I'm just here to try stuff to see if it's good, and that's the reason I'm not gonna use this on Puma, because I know that it's not good. I'd just be using it for the memes, and I'm also just trying to figure out if something's like actually good or not. Did you try Berserker Stalker when the 12 came out? Probably. I mean, it's not gonna be good though. The thing with Stalker that people don't take into account is that it's really weak, and they oversell the healing aspect, the heal on kill aspect. They oversell that. The only time the heal on kill becomes a factor is when your mod shields are gone and you're taking HP damage, at which point you're going to be taking way more HP damage than it's worth taking. Even at 4,000 SP, if I had a rank 4 Stalker, it's not going to survive long. Like, Stalker isn't even tanky in tier 4 when you first get it. Like, you have to be careful with it. So you really just want burst weapons or weapons that don't require line of sight. And the healing aspect of the ability is not very useful, because by the time you're taking HP damage, it's basically GG anyway, regardless of how much healing you have. You could heal 50% per kill, it's probably not going to save you. Does the Stalker damage boost implant still not work? I don't think so, no, but I haven't tested it recently. Onyx did surprisingly well. I actually kind of agree with that. I'll do one more Onyx, and then we'll probably call it. Can you win free-to-play account just by legendary mechs, which aren't absolute meta? Like Gatecrasher and Bastion? Probably not. I mean, I'd have to get to tier 8 first. Just take a freaking long time. Unless they repriced it, the legendary stuff, significantly. Realistically, probably not. And the reason is because, like, it's so many 8 coins to be dumping on something that's not good, right? Like, for as much as I don't like the meta stuff, it's so much of my time that would be wasted. Ow. What did I get stasis by, huh? Freaking magic Gemini shot? Like, what was that? I know that they're magical, but there's no reason to be a pain in the ass. Yo, what? My quad rocket missed. I should have aimed at the wall. Salvor, please. I need Salvor, but... Okay, of course he has Revoker Scouts. I say Scouts. I've only seen one. Guaranteed he has more than one. Look, mark my words. Mark my words. I killed him with the shield. Let's go. He at very least has a Revoker Surge as well. Stormwreck Eclipse. Yes, people use different things on Eclipse sometimes. Because Eclipse is just a mech that does well with everything. But Surge is one of those things that only really works well with one weapon. And nobody doesn't use Surge. Like, you could theoretically not use Surge, but everybody uses Surge. Okay, my game just freaking lagged a lot right then. What is that? Wowie, wow, wow. It's almost like I can predict the future. Yo, this guy... That Salver was healing up the thing. Lace wing. Bro, I forgot what it's called. Did they kill the Surge, or did he just frick off somewhere else? I think they may have killed it. Oh, there. Oh man. He dodged it. No. No. Go away. Yeah. Volty with Gemini and Oracle. No, you shouldn't even consider. You shouldn't even bother considering any build that has two different weapons on it. It's not worth it. There's not a single one that's actually worth using. I thought we already confirmed Hellfire was terrible. Well, I am, in fact, not using a meta hanger, correct? Yeah. You scared they do credits to A-coins for legendary items? Oh, yeah. See, what I kind of... That was actually... That would have been a good idea, though. That would have actually been really good. If they kept it, I was hoping that they keep it. Because here's the thing. There are two legendary mechs that cost credits. So if to them, if the devs decided that swapping the currency for mechs was a possibility, very more than likely, after changing it, you'd end up with more legendary mechs that cost credits and not less. Like, if currency changes were an option, if they were to reprice the legendary stuff, very more than likely you'd end up with, like, 5 credit-based legendary mechs. As opposed to just the 2. And they might be 2 different ones, and they might be, like, different ones. Yeah, maybe Hemlock costs A-coins, but almost guaranteed there'd be at least a couple really solid credit-based ones. I was kind of hoping that they'd keep it, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of hoping that would be a thing. Surprising, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. Redox and Carbine better become credits? Well, I don't know. That's the thing. Is like, since it was technically a mistake, I don't really think that they're willing to change the currency now that they've verifiably decided or now that they verifiably changed it back and said that yeah, that was a mistake. That's my bad. As far as we're aware, they're not willing to change the credits or change the currency on anything. So if that's the case, then yeah, everything that's A-coins is going to stay A-coins, and everything that's credits is going to stay credits. I was kind of hoping they'd be willing to change a couple things. I think that they should. I think you're right. What is it? Minigun, EM rifle, carbine. All of those weapons, all energy variants of those weapons cost A-coins. I don't think any weapon should have all variants cost A-coins. I think it should be at least one credit-based one. Preferably two if there's 5 of them, right? So I think that's a problem. And then there's there's just the random ones. My guess is, though, when they get to the legendary stuff, because they reduced Sentinel and Cheetah, because both of them are really bad. They reduced them by 65% as opposed to the 50%. So my guess is if they get to the legendary stuff, I shouldn't say when, I should say if, because there is a chance that they don't. They'll probably reduce, the likes of Redox. They'll probably reduce this by 50%. So it'd have the same price reduction as your typical epic. They'll probably reduce this by 50%, whereas the rest would be 30, 35. And then there'd be some that might be more expensive too. That might leave some as I don't know, 10%. They only reduce by 10%, something like that. It's possible. Try it with Dreadnought. I already did. Which legendary mech costs credits other than Hemlock? You already know what it is, you just don't think of it because it's that irrelevant. They gave miniguns and Crate Rush for pretty cheap. So? Crate Rushes don't count, dude. There's been A-coin-based Crate Rushes for, Deathwalker, but that doesn't mean that I consider Deathwalker a free-to-play mech. No. The only reasonable way, if you weren't there, or if you didn't get it during the Crate Rush event, then there's no chance for you to get it reasonably. So obviously, no, I don't think that that's enough. I don't think it's enough for them to just make it kind of cheap one time during a Crate Rush. Yeah, I have it on my free-to-play account, and if they reduced the prices, and if they made a couple of them credits, I probably wouldn't buy them because I already have the 10 and the 8, and those are really the only ones that I want. So it wouldn't benefit me, but that's not the point. The point is to make it better in general for the larger player base, not just for me. What's the next weapon for in-game currency? I think it's Howler. Should be. Has anyone done the autocannon Deathwalker achievement? I think they changed it, didn't they? They changed it to chain gun. So you wouldn't know. Yep. There's one with assault weapons. I think this one used to be autocannon, but they changed it to chain gun. I have literally 1 kill. That's how often I use chain gun Deathwalker. I think Sanji's got a decent number on it, but I don't know. Yeah, they changed it a while back because they realized that was not. I think that wasn't actually intentional. They messed that one up, as they mess up a lot of things. Anyway. Then do it now better than never. I could. You know, here's the thing though, is that how many hours would it take to finish that chain gun Deathwalker achievement? I could never finish that ever in my entire life. I could go my entire lifetime without ever finishing that, and I don't think that it would make any difference to me. There isn't even a legendary skin for Deathwalker's achievement, so why would I care? I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's worth my time. What's the next Almost Meta episode? Any leaks? You'll see a poll. I think in the next couple days, I will make a poll, and I'll have like 3 or 4 different options for you guys to vote on, and then whichever one wins, I'll make a video on that. Yeah, we racked up videos on this stream too. BMP made one. You guys want to see BMP's video? We could do that right now. I'm pretty much done with gameplay. Like, I've tried this. I've tried the Berserker 16 on every relevant anything. And it's, yeah, not great. I'll give a summary of, like, when we're done, if we do it. What's the next mech? I think it should be Seeker. Why don't they have more achievement skins? I think because they just spend it, like, they don't think it's worth their time, I think, essentially. Which is crazy because they make a bunch of skins that don't end up being released, right? Like, there's a bunch of skins on that test server that never end up being really for the larger public. Like, there's still that one Eclipse one, right? I have it. Some people have it. Most people don't even know it exists. This one. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what determines which skins are worth making and which ones aren't. I feel like, though, I am going to say, I feel like if they don't make a skin for a mech on release, they're never going to make one. I don't think that they're ever going to bother. I don't think they're ever going to change it to where after they released it, sometime after, they decide to add the skin in. Because realistically, what would happen with it, just like, if I finished the achievements on a mech, and then they added a skin for that mech, would I have to, like, I already finished it. How would I get the skin? Would they just, like, add it to the account? I don't know. Can I rate hangers? Not right now. We can watch BMP's video. If people want to. And if they don't, then maybe I do hangers. Silverthorn is worse than Scorpius. Probably, yeah. Probably. Scorpius at least doesn't need to be exposed to use its ability. BMP? Alright, sure. You open up this. Hold on. I also gotta make sure that I fix the audio, because the last couple times I always start it. I don't care about that, right? I start it, and then let me change the... You know what? I'm going to change the Discord audio, because I feel like I never really use Discord while I'm streaming, so I'm just going to do this. Okay. That should be...
I'm going to cover 10 of the...
How loud is that? Is that loud enough for you guys? You need to crank that up a bit for me.
In this video...
Oh yeah, that's good. Maybe like slightly higher, but that's it. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of RuFFles reacting to stuff, I've got like 5 clips, 5 videos that I'll make the clips channel probably sometime soon, and I'll be uploading a couple of those there. And you guys will know about it soon enough. Could you hear him? It's 12:30 a.m. You gotta go. Okay, fair enough. Could you guys hear BMP fine? Sound is good. Okay. All right. See you guys around. Well, I gotta scroll down a bit, so it's above my camera thing. 10 things ruining Hanger Showdown right now. That is the name of the video. So, let's see what it's about.
In this video, I'm going to
I'm
cover
probably gonna
10
agree
of
with
the
all of this.
biggest problems Hanger Showdown.
Hold on. So it's matchmaking, League 1 spread. I can assume that. League dropping, random teammates, bot teammates, solo queue only. Random teammates and solo queue only are kind of like the same thing. But I understand he wanted to make this a top 10 video. And if there's only 8, then it's kind of weird for a title. Limited matches, 2v2 removal, rewards, ticket cost. I'm probably going to disagree with a couple of those things. Or at least I'll have like a slightly different perspective on some of them.
Has right now.
I
I will discuss each of the
we'll see what he
issues
says.
and how the game could be changed to improve on said issues. Keep in mind this video is simply my opinion on the topic, so feel free to express yours in the comments. Our first issue is the matchmaking. This is a very hot topic and
hold on.
Yours in the comments.
Hold on.
Our first issue is
I didn't see the I at first. I thought it was just Sue. Man,
matchmaking.
I was going to say first issue is just
topic and probably the issue I hear brought up and discussed the most surrounding Hanger Showdown, so let's talk about it. Matchmaking can definitely be unfair in certain matches where one team has stronger mechs and weapons and gear than the other, making it really hard for the weaker team to actually win a fight.
I think that is mostly a game balance issue, though. Like that is always gonna exist in any mode. You have hangers that are the same squad power, and yes, obviously, I know SP does not dictate the matchmaking necessarily. Like there's other factors involved, but like you get what I'm saying. Like you could have 2 different hangers that the game considers to be equal, or at least equal enough, but they're incredibly different in terms of performance. And I think that's one of the biggest issues is it's just the game balancing in general, and that is what causes the matchmaking issues. Not necessarily so much. It's not so much of a strictly Hanger Showdown type thing, but it is something that does affect Hanger Showdown, right?
So this is definitely something that Plarium has improved on to their credit. I think at the launch of the mode, it was possible for different leagues to fight against each other, which is absolutely unacceptable. It is definitively unfair for, say, a League 2 player to fight against a League 1 player.
Definitively unfair, yeah. And you and like these people on release, these people who are in League 1, they were allowed to use mods against these League 2 people who, even if they owned mods, they weren't allowed to use them. And I was there at definitively unfair, 100% agree with BMP on this. And I'm not even going to lie, I'm incredibly surprised that they actually changed it. I didn't think that they were going to. I complained about it, obviously, but like, I didn't think that they were actually going to do anything about it. You want to ping the link? Actually, that's a great point. Thank you very much for that. There you go. Pin that. And make sure, yeah, if you don't want to hear me rambling, because obviously I'm going to be giving my points on this, right? So if you don't want to hear my stupid voice, or you don't want to have me pausing the video constantly for whatever, go watch it yourself. And then you could probably come back here and I'll probably only be like 2 minutes in.
Because League 1 is able to equip mods where League 2 simply cannot equip them on their mechs even if they own them, which just makes it completely unfair for the League 2 players.
But
there are still a lot of issues where certain teams are much weaker than the enemy or whatever like that, so that definitely needs to be improved on. Another problem with matchmaking players have encountered is long queue times, where it can take up to a minute or even more to get into a single match.
That's by design, though. I will say that's the whole reason that the match time limit, the 80-second match time limit exists, is because, and by the way, this is something people have been calling for a while. The 30-second time limit on quick match, like it's actually 15 seconds, sorry. Correction. So CPC quick match, 15-second time limit. If they can't find players within 15 seconds, they just put you up against bots. It's 30 seconds for, I believe, free-for-all and 5v5, including tournament, whether it's regular or tournament. And one of the main things that people have suggested, because people get tired fighting bots all the time, especially at higher SP. So one of the main things that they've suggested is increase the match time, increase the wait time, because they would be willing, a lot of people are willing to wait upwards of a minute to guarantee that they get players. And so that's essentially what they did with this one. Their goal was to make it as much of a PvP mode as possible, as little chance as possible for you to get bots, and because of that, they need to increase the match wait time. And that's why it's 80 seconds. Now, if you go the full 80 seconds, it's pretty much guaranteed you're facing bots. In fact, if you go past like 60 seconds, I think it's almost guaranteed that it's just a 1v1 with bots. That's always been the case for me. Every time I've gone like 60 seconds waiting or longer, I've at most gotten one enemy player on the other team and then filled with bots. But their goal is, and so, depending on people's regions, that's also a problem, right? Like I know some people in Australia that they have to wait the entire 80 seconds every time they want to do one, but they get bots every time because there's like no players down inland down under. And so what happens is that they don't have a great experience, but the purpose of the longer match wait time is to get players as often as possible. So I will say that it's kind of a necessary evil, I should say. That's probably for the most part, I've mostly just heard you complaining about it. So like you are mostly the person that I'm referring to when I say that people are complaining that they get long match times and they still end up with bots. Yeah, it is that guy.
Which compared to the 15 seconds it takes for a CPC match is very long. The reason
only spiders there? Oh yeah, I believe it. Big ones too, bro. Massive. And kangaroos. Every Aussie's got one crocodile and one kangaroo, guaranteed, as pets.
For this though is that it's trying to match 4 real players all together who are all in the same league, hopefully around somewhat the same SP, and are all playing this mode where you can only play up to 10 matches max, and most players only play 5 each day. So there aren't nearly as many players playing Hanger Showdown at any one time for the game to match together. So for it to stay fair, for the SPs and the hangers to be somewhat like even, the game just has to take a while to find 4 players that are of appropriate strength and in the right league and all that. So I'm not sure there's much Plarium can do about this, with Mech Arena being it's not a large game, so there's just not a ton of players. So there's not so much they can do about this one.
Okay, so for people who missed it, BMP basically just said the exact same thing that I just said, which was that it sucks that it takes a long time to find players, but it's a necessary evil that they can't really do anything about. It takes longer because they want to guarantee players fighting, and also because there's a limited number of matches that people can do, right, for obvious reasons, right? And that's fair, yeah. I mean, like, it is what it is. I don't think there's really any, like, fix to it. And also, like, probably another reason that they can't really expand the matchmaking. Like, people are like, oh, increase the number of leagues or make the matchmaking a bit more strict so that you don't get as much of power differences between players. But the more specific they are with the matchmaking, the longer it's going to take, and the more likely you're going to wait the entire 80 seconds and just get bots, right? The more likely it is that you don't end up fighting players at all. And yeah, that's unfortunate. But it kind of just is what it is.
Players have also had the issue where Hanger Showdown matches simply haven't started. They've queued in, waited a while, and then the match just doesn't start. They get sent back to the lobby. I haven't had this happen to me, so I'm not sure if this has something to do with, again, the player count being fairly low, and again, for a limit.
You log in, you get freaking smoked by a squad composed of a kangaroo, a huntsman, spider, and a freaking alligator. I saw a huntsman, and my mind went to Repo. Sorry. Can't they bring the game to other platforms like Xbox and PC and PlayStation? The integration would probably cost them quite a lot, I would imagine. And I'm not sure they'd find really, like, do you own an Xbox? Would you download, like, would you play Mech Arena on Xbox, or would you just play a better game? Like, let's be real.
Limited mode where players can't keep playing this mode for hours on end. There just aren't as many players playing it, so in smaller regions, maybe players aren't able to get in and the match just has to cancel and close. Again, this hasn't happened to me, so I'm not really sure exactly why this is happening, but Plarium definitely needs to look into this. Everyone needs to be able to play Hanger Showdown matches and play their 5 to 10. Definitely need
Hold on, I want to see
so in mode where players can't keep playing this mode for hours on end. There just aren't as many players playing it, so in smaller regions, maybe players aren't able to get in and the match just has to cancel and close.
It shouldn't have to cancel. If it can't find players, then it should put you up against bots. If the match cancels for some reason, then there's some other issue involved. It shouldn't. It's not. I don't think it's the matchmaking.
Again, this hasn't happened to me, so I'm not really sure exactly why this is happening.
I know what he's talking about. That's definitely happened to people.
Everyone
I've
needs
heard
to
about
be able
it.
to play Hanger Showdown
It shouldn't be a
matches and play
matchmaking
their
issue.
5 to 10 games out each day. Our second major issue in Hanger Showdown is the League 1 spread. So right now, League 1 is by far the most diverse league because players that are just 24 stars.
I mean, look at this man, dude. Oh, okay, hold on. I thought he was on his maxed account. Well, there's a Cryo 6 freaking Eclipse, and then he's got Revoker 10 and 6. But yeah, I think he's in League 2.
Right now, League 1 is by far the most diverse league because players that are just 24 stars and anywhere else are in this league. So it is a huge amount of the players, and anyone from someone with only 5 and 6 star mechs could be fighting someone with fully maxed out purple star meta hanger, which is just not fair.
In order to fight people with maxed hangers, I think you should need to have at least 3 of your mechs maxed out. But currently, what he just said is exactly the issue, is that you could have a full hanger of just rank 5 stuff. Just rank 5, no rank 6, no max. Full hanger of just rank 5 stuff, and you would be in the same league as somebody with a full hanger of maxed stuff. Completely unfair. And yeah, more leagues would definitely make that better, but at the same time, that would also make the matchmaking take a lot longer. It'd be a lot more likely that you wait 60 to 80 seconds to find people, and even more likely that you play like half of your matches against bots, which I know some people don't care because some people care just about the rewards that they're getting, and they know that it's easier to play against bots and it's easier to win against bots than it is against players. But like the whole point of the game mode is to be as much of a PvP as possible.
A lot of the time, you're going to get matchups with people who have like 6-star Paragon versus Max Revoker Eclipse, right? It's just completely unfair for whoever's lower down in League 1. So one of the fixes that could be done for this problem is just adding a new league. That basically would be, right now League 1 is 24 stars and up. Let's say we add a new league. It's now the new League 2, and it's 24 to 30 stars. And then the final League 1 is 30 stars and up. And
I think even 30 stars is maybe a little too low, because 30 stars means you could have a full hanger of 5 mechs that are all rank 6, and you wouldn't have any maxed mechs. I think it'd have to be like 32 and higher, because then you'd have to at least have 2 maxed mechs. It'd be a lot easier to league drop. I guess that's also another problem, right? Is that it would be way easier for people to league drop if there's more leagues involved, especially if you give people different opportunities in different leagues, like mods or whatever. So, can't forget maxed and Hanger Showdown is fully maxed. So if you have no mods and go up against someone with some mods, they have fully maxed mods. That's true. Yeah. So automatically maxes everything. Yeah, that is true. And those people, they also have better pilots. They have better implants. They have everything, right? And they have better energy capacity. Like the main problem is that, like, people might think, well, just everything gets maxed anyway. But the main problem is that when you start with a maxed mech, you have more energy capacity to equip better weapons on it, and so you just have more firepower at the end of the day. And yeah, when you include mods and everything as well, there's also that to deal with. But the problem with introducing more, and this is a thing that I largely agreed with, right? Making more leagues, introducing more leagues. It's a thing that, like, I literally just now did I even think of a potential problem with it. But that's what you have to do. You have to think about all the potential issues, because like, you can't just ignore problems. Otherwise, something like this is exactly what happens. You're left with something that has major glaring holes in it because whoever decided to make it just ignored the potential issues. So in order to make it better, you can't just ignore the problems. And one of the problems that I can clearly see just from the outset is that league dropping, obviously, right? You very clearly would be more capable, more able to league drop in if there were more leagues involved. As it is, league dropping from League 1 to League 2 is a pretty big issue. But people have to pretty much have, because they'll use like 3 maxed mechs and then 2 mechs that are like really low rank. They have to basically fully sacrifice those last 2 mechs, right? So their last 2 mechs are complete garbage by comparison. But if you introduce a new league that has star requirements somewhere between there, then you could still drop leagues. You still get those maxed mechs, but you could use 3, maybe even 4, and then have your last 1 or 2 mechs still be decent. They could still be decent, and you'd still be able to drop leagues. And I think that is what would result. I think that's what most people would end up resorting to. I think you'd end up with even more league dropping if you introduced a new league between 1 and 2. Which is sad, because it's like, well, how else do you deal with it then, right? I don't know. Maxed mods are really crazy, though. Oh, yeah, I know.
The prizes, like you would be able to get the first elite mod parts or both elite mod parts in the new League 2, 24 to 30 stars, and then you would be able to get like the implant crates or whatever's at the end of the path in the final League 1. This would be a lot more fair, and it would make it easier for players to keep progressing and getting more mod parts without getting destroyed by meta mechs.
The problem, yeah, and that's part of, like, they tried to fix the league dropping issue by just making it so that if you're in a lower league, you simply can't earn as much stuff, right? So you're less likely to get good stuff. But the problem is that you're left with 2 choices. Either A, you fight people who are competent and at your level, and if you kind of suck, then you're probably going to lose most of the time. Or B, you get less rewards per battle, but you're pretty much guaranteed to win all of those battles. A lot of people will opt for the second choice, simply because they are not physically or mentally or situationally capable of dealing with whatever people in their league, right? And that's a problem that's going to result in league dropping pretty much no matter what you do with it.
The third major problem with Hangar Showdown is league dropping. League dropping is an alternative form of SP dropping or tanking where players manipulate their hangar to give themselves easy matches so they can win every game. Do not league drop. You are ruining the game mode and experience for other players if you do so.
Yeah, if you league drop, you're a piece of shit. I don't care.
Be part of the problem. So how can Plarium stop league dropping? One thing they could do is add more limitations on what you can actually equip in your Hangar Showdown hangar. I don't think there's any reason that a player would be running mechs that are 3 ranks apart in this mode. You don't need a 2-star mech with a 5-star mech or a 3-star mech with a 6-star mech. Your hangar should be fairly balanced, so a limitation where you can only have up to 2 ranks difference between any of your mechs would be a good change in my opinion.
It's a potential change, but like sometimes it's not really physically possible. You know? Like what if... Or you're a butt that enjoys destroying lower level players by tanking, yeah. Well, tanking and or league dropping is exclusively, pretty much exclusively for people who aren't good at the game. Because if you were competent enough to win at your own actual level, you wouldn't need to do that in order to win. So clearly, skill issue. I think most of us can agree with that. But going back to what BMP said, I don't. This kind of circles back to a personal. That Cobb guy made a video about him league dropping. Oh, I know. That's massive disrespect for that. I'm not gonna go after him. I don't want content creator drama or anything, so I'm not gonna go after him or make a video about it or publicly do what X, Y, or Z. People in his comments can tell him, and people did in his comments. People did tell him it's scummy. But if he continues doing it, then clearly he doesn't care. It's not my job to try to get him to stop. But yeah, massive disrespect for that. Anyway, one of my personal convictions is that in terms of like tanking, especially, people are like, you know, well, some things you could just upgrade one thing. Like you could just buy freaking like a rank 3 nomad right from the beginning, like right at the start of your account. You could buy that, and then you could just only upgrade that, and then all the rest of your stuff would be crap, purely based on what you own. So you're not actually, you know, you don't have anything better. You're using the best that you can, but you're disproportionately upgrading stuff. And I think that that is fair. If you want to do that, you know, if you know what you're doing, then, you know, it's kind of shame on you, but I wouldn't consider that tanking. I don't think that the game should ever force you to invest in one thing or another that you wouldn't normally want to invest in. I don't think the game should ever force you to invest in something. And a situation like what BMP just said, which very well might be the only reasonable solution to a problem like this, but even still, I don't personally like the idea. I mean, again, it might be the best solution possible, and I'd be willing to suck it up if it were. But I'm just saying, I don't personally like the idea of forcing people to rank up certain stuff in order to meet like rank requirements. Let's say for Hangar Showdown mode or anything else, right? I think they should rank stuff up because they want to, not because they have to. And they could, you know, the matchmaking, you know, punish if people are ranking stuff up or upgrading stuff disproportionately, then you can punish them with matchmaking by giving them harder matchmaking, and then they can be like, oh, okay, I guess I just need to upgrade stuff more evenly. That's fair. I think that's fine. Discouraging, right? You can do whatever to discourage people from doing stuff like that, but I don't think that there should be a hard rule set, any type of mechanical roadblock that physically forces you to not upgrade stuff that you don't want to upgrade. The multiplier is incentive enough to play at the appropriate league, except it's not, because again, it's for people who suck. People who are absolute balls at the game. They have two options, like I said earlier. They have two options. You can either A, win half of your matches with a 5 times multiplier, or you can win all of your matches with 3 times multiplier. One of those is clearly more beneficial. One of them will result in you getting more stuff. And you can always just spend 50 Acoins, which is not that much. You could spend 50 Acoins, getting 5 extra battles out of that, and you still get the elite parts anyway. For a lot of people, I think it legitimately ends up being a matter of they would lose at their own level, and so they league drop so that they have better chances of winning. And to some people, it's always going to be worth it. And I think if they introduced more leagues, then it would increase the number of people who would think it's worth it. It would make it easier to league drop. And yeah, you could introduce like hard set rules like what BMP just said, but how would that affect things? For one thing, I don't personally think it's a good idea to force people to rank stuff up in order to play the game. But for another thing, I also don't think it would really change that much, especially if there's a new league between League 1 and League 2. I don't think it would necessarily change a whole lot. Because like I said, in order to league drop to League 2 currently, you have to use you can use 3 maxed mechs, and then your last 2 have to be really crap. I think you could even choose to use only 4 mechs, I think, right? That just makes it even easier. That's a dumb decision as well. They force you to use 5 when you're playing free-for-all and 5v5 mode. You have to have 5 mechs to play those modes. At very least, they should force people to use 5 mechs in League 2 onward, right? I think most of us can agree with that. I don't know if BMP ends up saying that later on, but I think that's the thing that they could at least start with. But anyway, you could get away with using a really low rank thing and then 3 maxed things and drop yourself down to League 2, right? If you introduce a new league, it just makes it even easier. You could use 3 things and then a decent thing as your 4th thing. And then still not use a 5th mech, and you'd easily drop into League 2. The new League 2, I mean. 5v5 is only 3 mechs, you think? Well, either way, free-for-all requires 5. So regardless, I know that there's a 5 mech requirement on at least one game mode that already exists, and there's no reason to have that if you're not going to also do that with Hangar Showdown. I think there's no... Especially if it specifically messes with the matchmaking. Right? Would limiting the max mech ranks in lower leagues work? What do you mean? So, like, you can't own a maxed mech in League 3, for example? Well, I think... I think that could work, but it would be a bit of an issue because, again, you couldn't use, like, let's say a maxed Lancer that you would normally use, and it would be fine. A maxed Lancer wouldn't break the matchmaking at all, but it would be limited out. I think they'd have to do something with grades. I think they'd have to be more specific with it, and they'd have to do something with grades. So it's like you couldn't, like, if you have any maxed legendary mech whatsoever, if you have any maxed legendary mech, you are forced to play in League 1, for example, right? In order to play in League 2, you would at very most have to use rank 6, for example. The rank system seems inherently flawed, though. Oh, obviously, yeah. Especially since they don't appear to consider grade whatsoever. So, like, they consider a rank 3, and this goes for just general matchmaking too. Like, you realize that, like, a rank 3 legendary mech is like 50 SP higher than a rank 3 rare mech, which is bullshit. I think all of us can agree that that's complete bogus, right? All of us can agree with that. So it's pathetic. And as far as I'm aware, they don't really consider grades in Hangar Showdown either. I think one of the better solutions would be essentially what Dreslin said, but like to expand on that as having a hard limit of like if you have a, for example, if you have a maxed legendary mech in your Hangar Showdown hangar, period, you are forced to play in League 1. I think that is a fair system. I think that is a fair system, but it has to be based on grade and not based on rank. The rank system is 100% flawed. It's terrible. The rank system is not good. And it's not to say that you can't move down to League 2. You can move down to League 2 if you want, but you would have to remove your max legendary mech in order to do that. Right? That's what I think should happen. That's what I think should happen. And then there'd be like similar situations with like League 2 and League 3, whatever. Yeah. You get what I'm saying. Rank and rarity should be factored. You know, didn't they, like, at the same time, while we're on this topic, did they not specifically say that the rarity or the grade of stuff would be considered when determining matchmaking for Hangar Showdown? This was on release, by the way, which allowed people to play in League 2 against League 2 players while they were in League 1, which is bullshit. Didn't they like explicitly say that? I feel like they did, but I might be misremembering.
The fourth major issue with Hangar Showdown is the fact that you are paired with a random teammate each game. The game mode is 2 vs 2, and you can be paired with a good teammate with a strong hanger, but you can also be paired with a teammate who isn't playing so great and maybe doesn't have the greatest mechs in their hanger. So sometimes, and a lot of players have expressed their frustration with this, including myself, sometimes you feel like you're cheated out of a win when your teammate simply isn't showing up to the battle and getting very many kills or helping out with the match much. And it feels like you weren't really able to win this match against...
I feel like it's mostly the matchmaking's fault in that case, right? If they have a really weak hanger, then it's the matchmaking's fault for even deciding in the first place that it was okay to put that player in there, right? And if it's just a matter of player competence, then that's just it just kind of just is what it is. I think a large part of it is how much you're willing to cooperate with people. I think too many players go into matches thinking that everyone should be working for them as if they're bots, right? They treat everybody like a bot, and they're like, okay, you go bait them out and I'll take the kill, like, type of thing. And not everybody's willing to do that. Not everybody should do that. It's not always a good idea. So I think just general cooperation is important first off, but as well as that, like, yeah, if you have a teammate that just straight up shouldn't be there, then that was an issue down the line in the matchmaking. Like that's an issue for the matchmaking conversation. That's not really an issue for the randomness conversation. I'm not a huge fan of the random teammates are bad argument. I do think, well, to be clear, later on he has a section on solo queue. So we'll talk about that again later. But I definitely think you should be able to invite people to play Hangar Showdown with you. 100%. Yes. Just so we're clear. I think that's like one of the most basic things that they should have done for this mode, because this entire thing is supposed to be all about teamwork and cooperation, and you can't even you can't even cooperate with people who you want to cooperate with. Like, it's ridiculous. I still get teammates with Max Lancer and barely 4-star epics in League 1. I'm competent, but I can't reliably win 1 versus 2 against endgame players. Yeah, well, that's exactly. But again, that's not an issue with the randomness. That's an issue with the matchmaking. The issue goes all the way back to they let that guy into League 1 to begin with, right? That's what the problem is there. And so, yeah, I don't think it's so much the randomness problem. But some people will disagree with me on that. That's okay.
2 players who were playing well or had stronger gear than you and your teammate. So this kind of goes back to matchmaking, but the fact that you are paired with a random teammate inflates this problem. Along with this, random teammates sometimes disconnect from the battle and don't end up playing, leaving you in a 1v2 situation, which is near impossible to win in the current Hangar Showdown format. To combat this, a penalty should be assigned to any player who is AFK throughout the course of a match in Hangar Showdown, because these are limited matches where players can't keep replaying the game mode forever. Again, only limited to...
He pause dashed a little too early. But also, yes, he's correct. There's the fact that people can just leave the match and there's no issue with it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like, you have 5 free tickets per day. You cannot afford to have a random, stupid teammate that decides they're not going to play because they think, oh, it's hard, I'm going to quit. Like, no. It doesn't matter. You could quit halfway through, or you could be AFK the entire time. I think the penalty should be the same. Even if you play 4 rounds and then you quit by the 5th round, you should still get penalized for that. The problem is that it's hard to tell who's quitting and who gets disconnected because of the game issues. And that's where I wouldn't necessarily know what to say about it. I wouldn't really know what kind of suggestions I would make in that case. Because, like, you very well could just get disconnected by internet disconnect. I mean, that's an issue on your end, but at the same time, it's not your fault, right? It's not your fault for the internet disconnecting. But also just game server crashes, where the game just decides it doesn't feel like working properly, which is like 90% of the time. And you get disconnected for that reason. That's also not your fault. So there needs to be some way of distinguishing that, and I'm not really sure what would be the best way to do it. You get like 1 or 2 games per day where the teammate doesn't even spawn in to begin with. Yeah. And that is a problem, right? That's a major problem. That's a thing that should definitely be dealt with, but I'm not sure the best way to go about that. I wonder if BMP like addresses this specific thing. The specific issue of, like, what if they just got disconnected randomly? I wonder if he does, and we'll see what he says about it.
10 a day and 5 for free without spending premium currency, so if someone disconnects from Hangar Showdown, they should be penalized in some way. The 5th major problem with Hangar Showdown is that bots are sometimes included in matches.
The game knows when the teammate has disconnected, so the other player should get buffs. So thinking about it in terms of strictly in terms of whoever's left in the match, potentially yes. There's a potential problem with that, but I'll get to that in a second. I think what BMP was first talking about and what I was first talking about was the more obvious fact that the person who leaves, that person themselves should be punished in some way, right? So that they stop doing it, obviously. The potential problem with giving buffs to people when your teammate disconnects is that as far as I'm aware, your teammate could reconnect if they wanted to. If it was a legitimate issue where the internet goes out or something, or they accidentally closed their game, you can reopen your game. You'll be loaded back into that match. I've had multiple times where it's like there was connection issues. It was the game's fault, by the way. This was like a couple weeks ago. No, probably closer to a month. But I would load in 1, maybe 2 rounds late almost every Hangar Showdown match. I'd still end up winning a decent chunk of them, but I'd load in like a solid 1 or 2 rounds late, which is terrible. But if someone else, let's say my teammate during that time gets an unfair buff, if it's to the point where it makes them legitimately strong, to the point where they actually have a more than likely chance of winning, then that would be a thing that people could just do. They disconnect, let the one guy absolutely carry them for 2 rounds, and then they come back on the 3rd round and they get an easy victory they did not even participate in. And that's a potential issue. It's not as much of an issue. I don't think that exploiting that would be nearly as much, because you have to give them a crazy buff, right? I don't think exploiting that would be as much of an issue as just the people leaving themselves, but it is a potential downside of that, yeah. You think if someone quits the game, it should just be canceled and the tickets or acorns should be refunded? That's a potential solution as well, but it's be really annoying because it wastes people's time. But then again, if you're wasting people's time, then that's a good, it's a good reason to shame those people who are purposely leaving. So for anyone who's purposely leaving, yeah, for sure. People would not be happy with them because it'd be wasting their time always. But then again, at the same time, okay, what happens? Already off the top of my head, I can think of an exploit to that. Canceling the match would be way too abusable. Exactly. Chef knows exactly what I'm about to say. So what do you do in that case? You play a couple rounds. You lose 2 you play the first 2 rounds. You lose both of those rounds. Guess what you do the 3rd round? You just quit. Match is canceled. You don't lose. So it'd be way too easy to just quit before to just cut it and get your tickets back, and then just keep doing that until you actually get a match that you're gonna win easily. It's way too easy to abuse it that way. Yeah. It should only be canceled if there's a penalty for often quitting.
I personally don't encounter this much, but I'm sure in smaller regions with less players, it happens a lot more frequently. This can be pretty frustrating to fight against bots, and it's not what you want to see in a mode that's typically advertised and played as is a PvP only 2 vs 2 mode for the better resources. So
his point about the bots is it's unfortunate, but I feel like it's the same as the 80-second match time. It's a necessary evil. It's a thing it's unfortunate when it happens, but it has to be allowed to happen. Because if it's not allowed to happen, what are you doing? You're waiting 80 seconds and then the match gets canceled. And then you have to do it all over again. And you have to just keep doing that over and over until you find a player. The reason that you get bots is because they couldn't find players. And they don't want to necessarily waste 10 minutes of your time looking for a match. They have to cut it at some point. The matchmaking has to have a limit. It can't just continuously matchmake until it finds another person. Nobody has that amount of time, right? So there has to be some limit on the matchmaking time, and if there's a limit, then it has to be willing to just put you against bots at some point. Take away the rewards for the rounds you were offline, and bench you for the rounds and give your teammates buffs. Take away your specific rewards or the points that you would have gotten for the rounds that you were offline. I like that. I can't, off the top of my head, I have a gut feeling that there's a bit of a downside to that, and there's an issue. There's a loophole. I have a gut feeling that there's a problem with it, but off the top of my head, I cannot think of a big issue. And that sounds like a good idea, actually.
Plarium obviously is probably using these bots to supplement in places where there aren't many players online so that matches can actually start. I'm not terribly opposed to it, but some players don't like it. I think it's fine. It's not very frequent for me, but let me know in the comments if it happens a lot for you, like over 50% of games. I don't know if that's happening anywhere, but let me know in the comments.
So BMP is essentially just saying, like, the bots, it's unfortunate, but he thinks it's fine. Yeah, I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary, and I agree with him, yeah. But the thing is, like, the people who get bots a lot are the same people who get the full 80-second match time a lot. Like, you're not going to have to wait a full 80 seconds if there's people. And that's mostly a regional thing. And that's the big issue, right? Is that it's not just people who get unlucky. It is mostly a regional thing, which means certain people who have that problem are going to almost always, very consistently, right? They're going to consistently have that problem. And that's not great. I do think bots are they're unfortunate for sure. Nobody wants to get bots, or maybe they do. But it's unfortunate. But I think more than that, it's necessary. It's a thing that you just can't avoid.
The sixth major issue with Hangar Showdown is that you can't invite your friends to play together. So, unlike all other modes in the game, you can't actually invite to play with your teammates, so you can't strategize and play together and have fun together, which this is a community game where you should be playing with other players. So I do think they should add this into the mode. I'm not entirely sure why they didn't allow it when the game launched and still have stuck with that to today, but you should definitely be able to play together. And this goes back to the problem with random teammates, where if you were able to invite your own teammate, you could rely on an actual player you know that you're friends with, coordinate in a voice call or whatever you need to do to win your Hangar Showdown matches more consistently, and not have to rely or more often just hope that your Hangar Showdown random is actually good at the game.
So there's one benefit of this and one downside of this, and then just one general note that I have. The general note is, like, they advertised this mode essentially. They advertised and teased and whatever this mode as specifically a teamwork-based mode. The most basic concept behind a team-based mode is to have teammates that you actually know, to control your teammates, right? To invite people that you know to play with people that you want to play with, right? To coordinate with people that you're able to communicate with. And it's like the most obvious basic thing, and I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe that Plarium addressed this specific topic because people brought it up, and I don't remember what they said. All I remember is that it was a bullshit answer, and it didn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, no, I absolutely 100% agree. You should be able to invite your own people, and being able to invite your own people, yeah, exactly what BMP said, would prevent random teammates, first off. And second off, it would just be really, really nice coordination exercise. It'd be a nice way to just, like, play some cool stuff with your friends. The potential problem with it at the same time is that it may end up becoming nearly impossible to win as a solo queue player. It could potentially, you'd have to then, because you did introduce an additional problem, and that is that it's the same thing with, like, let's say teams. You don't want to put a full team. You don't want to pit a full team of players against a full team of randoms, right? You don't want to put a full team of clanmates who all joined a squad, and then they squatted up, and then put them up against 5 people who all just queued into the game randomly, because that's really unfair. And so you'd have to then separate the matchmaking even more, and the matchmaking already struggles, dude. The matchmaking already struggles. And so the potential issue with allowing people to play in a team is that more than likely they're not going to change the matchmaking at all. And they probably shouldn't either, right? Because if they did change the matchmaking, then it would just take even longer. It'd be even more likely that you just get bots, or that you have to wait the full 80 seconds. And so it would result in being very, very team-oriented. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but for the people who don't want to do that, for the people who want to just queue in solo and play by themselves, or they just don't really have any friends that they can communicate with. Even just being able to communicate on Discord while you're playing, massive advantage. And so it could be nearly impossible to actually win consistently without that, and that would be less ideal.
The 7th issue is a big one. It's the fact that you can only play a limited number of matches each day. You can only play 5 free matches and only an absolute maximum of 10. So for players who want to play this mode for fun because they enjoy the format, they can't do that. So that needs to be fixed. There needs to be a way for you to keep playing, probably just where you can't keep progressing on the rewards path. It's understandable why they would limit the actual rewards you can gain, because the rewards on that path are very...
It's an easy solution to this. Add this to custom match modes. People who want to play like a 2v2 type thing, people who want to play with their friends, people who want to, practice coordinating, whatever, do whatever. Add it to custom matches. People would, the custom, sweaty people who want to do that type of thing, they would absolutely love it. They'd have no issues with it. And you'd have the exact same situation where it's like, you wouldn't have, you wouldn't get rewards from it, right? You wouldn't get rewards per match. But yeah, that's the major thing. It's like, there's a reward limit, and so there has to be a round limit. Otherwise, you end up with a situation like the current 5v5 tournament mode, which is a terrible system. The 5v5 tournament, or free-for-all, whatever, regular tournament mode is an awful, awful, awful system. Because it's just a matter of how often you play. And they don't want to give infinite rewards to anybody who's willing to play an infinite number of times, right? Because if you suck, then instead of not getting anything, you just play like 5 times more, and then you're bound to get something eventually. And it's the same thing with regular tournament, except in order to prevent people from getting everything every time, they then introduce a competitive system where you're then competing with other people who are doing the same thing, and it just becomes a matter of who can play the most matches and not a matter of who can do the best. You basically have like 100 tickets. I've got like 1,000 on my main account anyway. On my free-to-play account, I probably have close to 200. I never play tournament. The tournament mode's terrible, and you'll never win unless you're tanking or doing something ridiculous. And also, it's just an inconvenient. It's an inconvenient time for me, to be fair. So yeah, I kind of just never play it, and I do fine. Like, it doesn't even matter that much. But yeah, so in order to introduce a system of rewards where everyone's capable of earning the same thing, because in regular tournaments you have to compete with other people, and you might get it, right? But in order for you to get it, everyone else has to not get it, and that's the problem. But for this is like a set reward that anybody can get. In order to do that, they have to make sure that like there's a limit for the number of battles you can play, the number of points you can get. Otherwise, you'll just get it every time, and it's just a matter of time. And is that a bad thing? I don't know. You tell me. But I know that they don't want you to do that.
Very good. 100 elite mod parts is a ton each day. Every single day you can get 100 elite mod parts compared to the maybe 10 on average we were getting before. So it's a huge boost. A W from Plarium on the rewards path there, but players want to keep playing because they enjoy the mode. This would also help with the matchmaking, making more players still playing and queuing into the game mode. So you'd get more fair games and no bot games and none of the crashing or anything we talked about before with all the matchmaking issues that are in the game right now.
See, he is kind of correct. Like, part of the problem with the likelihood of running into bots, or the likelihood of having to wait a really, really freaking long time, it's because people aren't online queuing into the game, right? They're not queuing into the battles, and part of the reason they're not is because once they play their 5 or whatever, they're not going to keep playing. So how do you deal with that? Do you just add an infinite number of battles? I don't think basically anyone would voluntarily decide, yes, I'm going to keep playing this mode over and over and over again, even after I've stopped earning rewards for it. I don't think anyone's going to bother doing that. I think, like, some people will. Some people will, surely, but, like, almost nobody, and I don't think it'd make a difference. I think the more likely difference would be to cut the amount of points that you earn per battle, cut that number in half, and then add twice as many free tickets, and add twice as many Acorn tickets. And essentially you get the exact same rewards, but it takes you twice as many battles to do it. This, first off, would technically mean that each individual loss is less detrimental. So if you just get a random unlucky teammate, then it's going to be less of a problem for you. But this also means if you get lucky and you get a lucky win, it's going to be less beneficial for you. And it also means that in order to complete your daily whatever Hangar Showdown whatever stuff, you'd have to play it like 10 times or any number of number of times more than 5, right? And some people just aren't going to have that kind of time. Mech Arena is largely a casual game, right? It's largely a casual game, and that's mostly what they market it for. And so there would definitely be some downsides to it. Whether or not the downsides would be worth it, I guess I'll just leave that up to each individual person, but I would be okay with that personally, I guess. Players might just give up on the format if the grind doubles. Yeah, potentially. But at the same time, like that's only if like they can't reasonably, like it shouldn't have anything to do with how many points they can get or how well they do, how well they perform. It would mostly have to do with whether or not people have the time to grind those extra battles. And maybe instead of 10 battles, it could be up to 6, right? They could make it 6, they could make it 7. Whatever number, it doesn't really necessarily need to be doubled, but you get what I'm saying. And but yeah, for each extra battle, there's that some percentage of people who then aren't going to have the time or aren't going to want to spend the time to play those battles because they aren't getting as much per match. And yeah, I don't know if there's anything that could really be done about that, but I think that would probably be the best solution overall. At the same time, if the issue is resolved, I expect a lot more people in the queue. Yeah, I think a large amount is just like the rewards, right? I think basically everyone's going to play it if they think that they can earn the rewards. If they think that they're almost guaranteed to waste their time and not get anything good, then they're not going to bother playing. I think that's the main reason. You'd say let people just continue playing the mode without earning any rewards, but then you run the risk of them not playing as hard. Not only do they not play as hard, but what percentage of players do you genuinely believe would not play the mode, what percentage of players do you genuinely believe would play the mode if it did not give them any rewards? I don't think it's going to be high at all. I'd say like 5% if we're generous. Right? I think almost exclusively everyone plays it for the rewards, except for maybe 2v2 mains in endgame. Right? Sweaty 2v2 mains in endgame who miss the 2v2 custom matches, but even then you could still just do 2v2 in custom matches. You just do it on 5v5 and then only invite 2 people. But you get what I mean. Like, people who really, really like 2v2, mostly people with Hemlock, those are kind of like the only people. And like the general player base in any other mode or any other SP range, the general player base I don't think would care that much. I'm thinking like maybe 5%. So it would definitely increase it, but I don't know if it would increase it by a margin that's actually like worth anything, right? Like I don't think it would necessarily be worth changing if it's basically going to have no effect. You don't play Hangar Showdown at all, you don't have enough time. Yeah, fair enough. There's always going to be people who just don't have enough time. And that's the problem, right? Like, anytime you require people to play a specific number of battles in order to get something good, like, there's some people who just can't do it. But then, you also just can't give people everything for one battle, right? Right? And the less people are playing, you can't necessarily cater to those people, because if you cater to those people, you end up encouraging people to play as least number of battles as possible. And if they're playing the least number of battles possible, then you get the least number of players online. Does anyone play normal 5v5? I very much doubt it. You got to be a special kind of person to do that. I certainly wouldn't.
The 8th issue with Hangar Showdown is that 2v2 has been removed with the addition of Hangar Showdown. So
see, this is another thing, like what I said right from the beginning, right from the start of his last point, which was, let me just try to remember. His last point was the random teammates, I think. And, or no, not the random teammates. Freaking, what was it? I'm gonna go back and check. Limited matches, yeah. So a way to address the limited matches thing, as well as addressing this, is just to add it back to custom matches. I think a large number of people who liked the regular 2v2 mode would very much they mostly played, like, they at least played a decent amount of custom matches. Because, I mean, playing regular 2v2, like, does anybody freaking do that?
With Hangar Showdown is that 2v2 has been removed with the addition of Hangar Showdown. So, first of all, 2v2 has been removed from custom matches, which there's no reason for that. Add back 2v2, add FFA, and even add Hangar Showdown into custom matches.
I don't think 2v2 as it was needs to be added to custom matches. You could do that manually by just using 5v5. Adding Hangar Showdown to custom matches is a great idea. Adding free-for-all to custom matches, it would be about freaking time. You play 5v5 with your brother because he wants to get his highest damage up to 5 million. Most people, I had a comment about maximum damage. Most people got their max damage back when free-for-all rounds lasted, like, what do they last now? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? I think they used to last 5 minutes. They did there was a period of time when free-for-all matches lasted like 5 minutes. That's when basically everybody got their maximum damage, except for when they exploited the game. Obviously, there was certain exploits that some people know about, some people don't. Don't you think we're wasting our time? The game is greedy. I mean, if people are having fun with it, right? If you think it's a waste of time, then you should definitely leave, right? No, nobody should try to convince you that something is worth your time, or like a game is worth your time, if you don't think it's worth your time, right? So everybody here thinks that it's worth talking about.
Plarium, custom should be customizable. Just add all the modes and all the maps into that game mode. There's just no reason not to. And secondly, the fact that Hangar Showdown is limited means that people can't keep playing it for fun. 2v2 and Hangar Showdown are a very unique format compared to CPC or 5v5, and the fact that you can't keep playing is a real problem for a lot of players. A lot of players really love that unique format and different format just than the main game mode of CPC or 5v5 or even FFA.
Just running away from
players just really enjoyed that, and now you can't keep playing. The format of 2v2 and Hangar Showdown are basically the same. Two players fight. You know, you play as a deathmatch with different rounds. It's just the round format that's different. But I think they should let people keep queuing into Hangar Showdown even once their tickets are burned. So you can keep playing for free if you want to, not spend A-coins, not spend your tickets. You can play for fun. So you can keep having that enjoyment. This would also help with those queue times and matchmaking. So more players would be online and playing the mode, so that matchmaking would be faster and more consistently fair for all players.
I see the angle BNP's coming from this, right? I see the angle that he's coming from. And from that angle, just allowing people to play more, just allowing people to continue playing even after they've done all of their battles, or after they've earned whatever rewards they can. Even after that, so allowing people to do that would solve a lot of problems in theory. But I think in practice, it's exactly what I said before. I think in practice, you'd get, if you're lucky, 5% more players, or if you prefer 5% faster match time. Like, I think extremely few people would legitimately opt to play this game or to play this mode voluntarily if they knew for a fact that even if they won, they would not get anything from it. I think very few people would. Some people, surely, but I think very few people would. And that's the main problem. That's the main problem, is that, yes, it technically would help, but I don't think it would help enough to where it would actually solve the crux of the issue. Why not allow all players to be able to get full rewards? Like, they're not that big. Limiting the rewards for lower leagues is the main thing that deters people from league dropping. So the fact that it's not physically possible for League 2 players to earn certain rewards is the main thing that keeps League 1 players from deciding they're going to drop down to League 2 and ruin your match. They still do that sometimes. A lot of them still do that, especially the ones that are bad at the game. But that reward limit is legitimately the only thing that keeps them from doing that. Certain people. You play for PvP? Well, yeah, a lot of people do. So you probably enjoy custom matches a lot. 90% of it's PvE. I agree with that. Yeah. And if it's not up to snuff for you, then you should probably play something else. But I don't think it's my place to tell you. I don't think it's my place to tell you that you should be having fun in a game that you're not having fun in. But I also don't think it's your place to tell us that we shouldn't be having fun when we are. So I'm just gonna leave it at that.
The 9th big issue with Hangar Showdown are the rewards. So a lot of players aren't super happy about how the rewards are. Right now, it doesn't make sense to add A-coins into this rewards path since it costs A-coins to keep playing. That would just be counterintuitive.
I disagree with that. I think of it more of it as an investment. I actually think that they should do that with, what's it called? Battle point limit. I think that if you spend A-coins refreshing your battle points, the number of A-coins that you get statistically from those battle points should be higher than what you spent refreshing it. Because you're not just spending resource, you're spending time as well. So I think if there's like a spend money to make money type system, I think that's fine. Especially if it's one that encourages people but does not force them to play more battles. It's actually this itself would actually be a decent way to encourage people to play more battles. Is if the extra rewards were higher than what they'd have to spend to get there. That would encourage people to spend some to play a couple extra battles. You get more people playing more battles. I think you get more people willing to play the mode just in general, because if it gives you A-coins, there's nowhere else. Where else are you going to get A-coins from? Like, you can play 30 hours of tournament per week? Like, probably not. But so I think that actually would be. I think that actually would be a really nice addition, is to have some way of getting A-coins from this mode, specifically if it encouraged you to spend some amount to play more, right? Like, you play more battles, so then there'd be more people in the queue as well. You don't know how people have fun playing against pure bots. Well, a lot of people don't play against pure bots. The majority of players are not at the end game where you're at. And the ones that are do mostly play like competitive custom matches. I mean, I don't blame them either, right? Like, I play quite a few of those as well. The majority of players are a bit lower in SP, and they do run into a decent number of players as well. I think a lot of people just like the game mechanics. They like that it's complex enough to where you can learn a lot of things, but it's simple enough to where you can pick it up and understand roughly what you're doing without having to spend, 60 hours learning everything. And the bulk majority of people don't play this game competitively either. And I mean, sure, again, like I said, if you don't find it fun, it's literally a game, dude. Every game is not worth your time. Every game is a waste of time. So it's a matter of how much personal enjoyment do you get from it. And it's not my place to tell you that you shouldn't be that you should be having fun. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and try to convince you that the game is actually fun if you don't think it is. No, I mean, fun is purely subjective. I'll explain why certain people think it's fun, but I fully understand if you don't. But yeah, some people are gonna enjoy it, some people aren't.
But the rewards are very difficult to get. The elite mod parts you have to be in League 1 basically, or be spending A coins in League 2 to get elite mod parts, and those elite mod parts are essentially the main reward, and you have to keep winning consistent matches in one day. You have to win like 5 or 6 back-to-back matches if you want to get those elite mod parts. I don't think there's too much of a problem with rewards, but some players would like to see an increase. The main purpose of the mode is to get your mods, so you play Hangar Showdown to get those. First, the
main purpose of the mode is to get your mod parts. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, as it is, technically, yes. As it is, technically, yes. But I don't think the purpose, the main result of the mode is to get your mod parts. I think the main purpose of the mode is just to encourage people to play in a PvP scenario and to give people rewards for doing so that they have something to kind of look forward to every day. It's sort of almost a replacement for tournament mode. And I think that there would be no issues with adding A coins or credits or whatever else to I don't think there'd be any downside to adding that. Like I don't think it would take away from anything if you're to add those extra rewards. The reason people do it is for their mod parts, yes. But the reason people do it is not the same as the reason for the mode existing. So his claim is, it's a little bit of a clarification, and I'm not saying that I'm not going to super scrutinize his exact wording. I don't want to super scrutinize it, but I do think it's an important distinction, right? The difference between why the mode exists versus why people decide to play it. I think those are not the same reason. People play it because what's currently available, but the reason it exists is because they want to do a specific thing with it. And that's, yeah.
Basic mod parts, the 400, and then each of the 50
just
elite
for
mod
resources
parts. And again, I think those are
a
good amount of rewards. That they're very great value. It's really worth it.
The reason you play is for the rewards, not specifically for the mod parts necessarily. If there were other rewards, you'd still play it.
So I don't think there's too much of a problem with the rewards. It's possible that it should be made easier. If there's the addition of the new league I suggested earlier, I think it should be very easy to get at least 1 or 2 of the elite mod parts in that league. And I think that the final reward on the progress path should be better. Right now, it's just a legendary implant crate, which is not good. Like, those are not good. They don't give you really anything good.
Yeah, the final reward, if you're in League 1 and you play and you win all 10 matches, what you get is a freaking implant crate, which is garbage. And so to kind of expand on what BMP said, he thinks that it should be slightly easier. I think one way of making it easier is to give you a little bit more points if you lose, to make it so that if you lose, instead of getting basically nothing, you at least get a half decent number of points. So even if you were to lose all 5 battles in a row, which certainly some people will, or even if you were to play 5 and you lose 3 of them, right, you'd still get something. Because it's a daily thing, you should be able to get something every day, regardless of whether you win or lose. Obviously, not everyone's going to win. You can't purely go by that, because, I mean, for every match that you win, someone else has to lose. And, yeah. So that's about all.
So that should be changed to more.
You get half instead of a tenth of the points that you lose.
Maybe 8 points. That seems a bit unfair for players who aren't.
I don't know if half is the exact number I'd go for,
there
but
could be a little bit of change, and the mod parts could be made a little easier. Specifically, some of the elite mod parts could be half of them, 50 of them could be easier to get for League 2 right now. I think that wouldn't be a terrible change.
The problem is that BMP is looking at this from his perspective on his free-to-play account, which is in League 2, probably. He's looking at this from the perspective of his account, which has access to mods on low-rank mechs, which most people don't. Or at least people nowadays, anyone who downloads the game from now on, or from last year, essentially on. For the longest time, people have not been able to put mods on their rank 3 whatever mechs, and they will continue to not be able to put mods on their rank 3 whatever mechs. So for him, it is very incredibly relevant to be able to get as many elite mod parts as possible, as quickly as possible, but for the majority of people in League 2, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I have a decent chunk of elite mod parts on my free-to-play account that I'm just I'm not going to use, and I'm not going to be able to use them for quite a while, because I need to rank up stuff in order to use it, which I just don't have anything ranked up, or at least not much ranked up. Not that far, anyway. No, I mean, I think the mods, I think the rank 6 mods requirement is a stupid requirement just in general. So if they want to, if they want to completely delete that while they're in the process, then I'd be more than happy. But assuming that stays the way it is, I don't necessarily think that having elite mod parts as difficult to get in League 2 is necessarily an issue.
And allow those players to get a nice
you play for the 14 keys, kind of same,
while they're still in that league. And the 10th big issue in Hangar Showdown is the cost for additional tickets to keep playing. Right now it is 10, 15, 25, 30, 30.
Shiv, much appreciated, sir. Very much appreciated. So, you know what? I'll just talk here because I already paused it. So, the ticket cost, the part of the reason that the ticket cost is an issue is because it costs a premium currency, and you're not gaining that premium currency back. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying about spending money to make money. So if there was a system, or if they just introduced new rewards, or if they changed some of the rewards to offer you A coins at a certain number of points, to where it would be worth spending the average player, it would be worth spending those 50 A coins, because at the end, it would then get you, let's say, 100 A coins or 200 A coins. You have a conspiracy theory about game and Plarium? Well, that's all fine and dandy, but if you don't have any proof, then I don't really care. But the thing is like, if you were to just add, some amount of A coins in there, then the price of the ticket wouldn't be an issue. The price of the ticket fully depends on how much you're getting in return. And, as far as A coins go, which is a lot of what people care about, you're not getting anything in return. And that's an issue. That's a solvable issue, though. So I think the main way to make the extra ticket cost, because you're talking about the extra ticket cost, it's like, or wait, I was saying it's 50 A coins for those extra tickets. No, it's 100 A coins, isn't it? That's my bad. But let's say you spend 100 A coins and you get like 200 back, like as long as you do decently. So yeah, that, I think so long as there's a reasonable chance, not just a chance, but a reasonable chance. All companies are scummy. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Almost all. There's got to be one that isn't, but like I wouldn't know about it, right? So long as what you could reasonably make back is more than what you'd have to spend, I think that it's okay to make the tickets cost whatever.
35 A coins for each consecutive ticket after your first 5 free, I believe. So that's a lot of A coins to keep playing. And what you're essentially doing is trading A coins for those elite mod parts, which at first is kind of worth it with 10, 15 A coins.
For some people, it's going to be worth it.
But once you get into the higher levels, if you're losing matches, you essentially gain no points on the path. So you want to keep spending, but it is exponential. So I think that it's okay for us to be paying A coins for this. Some people suggest credits, which I think is probably too cheap, and people would still complain because it would be a lot. I think the A coin level should be reduced, and it shouldn't be.
I think it doesn't really matter what it costs or how much it costs. Like I said, so long as there's a reasonable chance that you make more than you spend, I think that's what makes it worth it. Some people aren't going to opt to do that, but just doing that in itself is going to make people more inclined to play more battles, and that would also solve, to some degree, solve the issue with low number of players online or really long match wait time or something like that, right? So there's just more players in circulation in general. And yeah. I mean, they can make the tickets free as well. Like, I don't think the tickets necessarily need to cost anything. They could make the tickets cost 1 credit, and I would be basically just as okay with it. I think the main goal would just be to encourage people to play more battles, but not necessarily to force them to play more battles. You're winning the giveaway, so yeah. Shh, you're not supposed to say that.
As exponential. Obviously, it's not like super high or crazy, but it should be like 10, 10, 15, 15, 20. Something like that for the...
You should never have to pay in-game currency to play a game mode. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think certain like tournament type formats have like a ticket entry cost thing. I think that so long as, like I said before, so long as you could reasonably, like let's say you win half of your battles. If you were to play in 10 battles, any reasonable person would probably win 5 of them and lose 5 of them. Your average player would win 5, lose 5. So long as you can reasonably make back more than what you spent, I think that it's fine. But again, you could make it cost nothing, and I'd be perfectly okay with it, and more okay with it, right? Because then you earn more. I'm not saying that it necessarily needs to cost something, but I also don't necessarily think that it's bad to make it cost something, so long as you can reasonably make back more than what you spent. Tournament tickets cost A coins. It's the same. I mean, yeah, a lot of things cost A coins. It's not necessarily like battle points cost A coins. The tournament ticket cost, I don't love to make that comparison because tournament tickets cost how much? You're not going to make that much in a tournament, realistically. You'd have to spend way more tickets than that in order to reasonably get good tournament rewards. And it's the same thing with like battle points, right? Like you spend X number of 70, I think, A coins to refresh your battle points. I think that all sources of I think any amount of investment that would then require you to also invest time to then get a reward, afterward, should strictly be worth spending on. I think there should be no scenario in which something is literally just a waste of money or just like a resource dump. Like refreshing your battle points is objectively a resource dump. So I don't think any of those type of things should exist. I think every single one of those, if it costs resources and also costs you time, it should be worth your time. It looks like trying to drain resources to force players to spend on the in-game resources. I mean, some people will, but that's why I say that's why I make a distinction between like a chance to get X number or a chance to make more than what you spent and a reasonable chance. That's why I've been very careful to every single time I say it, I very explicitly say that it needs to be a reasonable chance so that the average player, obviously there's a chance that you don't, but or maybe there isn't, right? It could even just be a guarantee, but if it's a guarantee, then why do it at all, right? Just give people free A coins. But I think a reasonable chance to get more than what you spent is fine. Yeah, that's what I think.
5 tickets, just make it a little bit cheaper. I think that being able to play 7 battles for only 20 A coins total, so 10 is very fair, because 7 battles from League 2 right now makes it pretty easy to get your first 50 elite mod parts, which is very important, like I mentioned before. So that was 10 of the biggest issues in Hangar Showdown right now. Let me know your thoughts on these in the comments. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
All right. What do we think about that? I think it was good. I think he brought up some good points. There were some things that I like mildly disagreed with, but there was mostly just like, it's just like different points that I had to make, like kind of expanding on what he was saying. I agree with that. Plarium needs to fix the Hangar Showdown. It's the way that it is. I think you could do almost anything to it. You could do almost any of these things that BMP recommended, and you'd make the mode better just in general. But yeah. His video is in the pinned message. So, if you just got here, or if you don't feel like listening to my blabber, you can watch the entire thing there. And you should. You should. Anyway. That is that. How long did that take? That probably took a while to go through that. I had a lot to say, though. It's a very interesting topic. Like, Hangar Showdown's got a lot of issues, right? So there's a lot to say about it. the simple reason why this new 2v2 has a cost per game is because you gain resources. Yeah, and that wouldn't necessarily be a problem so long as any reasonable as long as the average player could actually make a profit from that. Because like I don't think like technically I could spend A coins to gain battle points, which would gain me resources, but it's not worth my resources, right? It is not strictly gaining me more. What I have to do is I have to spend resources, in-game resource, and then I have to then spend my time. Along with that, I have to then spend my time getting a separate resource. And I think that just in general, if it's going to force you to spend a resource and also your time, you should at least have a reasonable chance at getting more of the same resource back. Because otherwise, like, where are you getting all these A coins from, right? I think it should more or less sustain itself. And this is like a lot of similar to like what people have said. Have suggested for like the battle pass. There's like certain games that do the battle pass where it's like it costs you some amount of in-game currency to buy the battle pass, but throughout the battle pass, so long as you complete the entire thing, it will give you back that amount of currency so that you can then keep going with it and then fund the next battle pass. So long as you keep up with it. Obviously, there's some chance that you're not going to, and there's some people who aren't going to. But so long as you keep up with it, there's a reasonable chance. Anybody has a reasonable chance to, or a reasonable opportunity to get all of that resource back and then spend it to then get the next battle pass. And it's kind of the same thing with that, right? Where it's like, if you're going to spend some specific currency, I think you should have a good, reasonable, fair chance of getting, at very least, that exact amount of exact currency back. Preferably more, especially because it's A coins, and where else are you getting A coins, right? I say that with my 46,000, but like, don't ask where that came from. So, yeah, that's just my thought, though. That's just my thought. I understand that technically it is worth it to spend A coins to get mod parts. Technically, yes, it's worth it to spend A coins to get mod parts. I agree with that, but I don't know. I still think it's not necessarily the best. You thought you'd never have a full mod hanger, now you have it thanks to the new 2v2? Yeah. They said that they were going to add mod parts to like events and stuff, but they never did. It took them freaking long enough to add it to this one. But it is good. It's good value, right? Like I said, it's like 100 A coins if you're to spend for 5 extra tickets. It's worth your A coins, but you can't spend 100 A coins every single day. At least, if you're most reasonable players probably could not afford to spend 100 A coins every single day and still, progress through the game at a decent rate. Like that's basically as much as they're making per day, if not more. So I think personally, if it's going to cost you 100 A coins, you should have a reasonable chance of getting at very least 100 A coins from all 5 of those tickets. Now, if it was like only like an end reward type of thing, right? Where, for example, I'll just use League One as an example. I'm not exactly sure how they do it for different leagues, and that's a different issue that you'd have to solve, right? But let's say, for example, the very end reward here, or maybe not the very end reward, because let's say this is only possible if you win every single one of your battles, all 10. Like if you were just play your regular 5 and then spend for 5 more, this is only possible if you win all 10 of those, I think. But it's like, I guess this right here, because this is half of that. So if you were to play 10 battles and win 5 of them, you should just be able to get 100 A coins back. And maybe you could make 100 A coins by not spending anything. Or maybe you could spend less than 100 and make 100. But your average person would probably be able to spend 100 and also get 100 back. Right? I don't know. That's just my immediate thought. I haven't like taken a whole lot of time to consider the potential ramifications for it, but I do know that this is explicitly given the issues with other modes like the regular tournament mode, right? Like if they were to fix the regular tournament mode, or if they were to add A-coins to other modes as well, or other things, if they were to make it easier to get A-coins just in general, then yeah, I'm completely okay with having Hangar Showdown be a thing where you spend one resource and you get a different resource. But I think as it is, most people can agree that it's like, it's a premium resource that you can't really get almost anywhere else. And yes, you're getting a different premium resource for it, but it's not something you can realistically afford to do every day. Worth it if you win each one. Well, that's the thing. Is like, I don't want to make it a thing where it's like, I wouldn't want to create a scenario in which spending A-coins makes you statistically likely to get less A-coins, or statistically less likely to get A-coins than you would, right? That's why I'm thinking like the average. Like if you played 10 and you won 5, most people will win 5 out of 10 battles. Like your average player with a 50-50 win rate. Your average player should win 5 out of 10 battles. If you win less than that, then maybe you get less reward, sure. If you win more than that, maybe you get more reward, sure. That's like, pretty basic stuff. But I definitely don't think that it should be like I don't know exactly how you'd put it. Almost like a scheme, right? I wouldn't want like another Plarium scheme where it's like, oh, you could spend 70 A-coins to get your battle points back and you get stuff from that. But it's not statistically worth your time. Like it's not worth it. Like, yes, technically, if I was on my free-to-play account, for example, right, I could spend 70 A-coins, get the battle points. From those battle points, I get a crate. From that crate, I get a legendary blueprint for something that I really wanted. That legendary blueprint's worth 240 A-coins, and so technically that's worth it, but it's not statistically likely to be worth it. And that's the thing that I really want to focus on is the reasonable likelihood. You think you get the advanced implant in 9 if you get 113 points per match? Yeah, that's probably true. Because it's 5 times multiplier each time, right? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. Is that Hellfire on the Gatecrasher? That's... Boy, got news for you. This ain't a Gatecrasher, buddy. It's a Bastion. You spent 300 A-coins on 60 tournament tickets, got 600 back, just took 6 hours of my time. See, that's the problem, is like, it costs you A-coins, but then it also costs you time, and that's the thing that makes me think, like, it should specifically be worth your time. Because you could spend your time on anything, right? You could spend your time... Like, if you're going to get nothing in return, you may as well just spend your time for free getting nothing in return, right? You sometimes spend the 100 A-coins in 2v2 just to get more PvP. You know what? That's fair. And at max level, that's outside of competitive custom matches, that's pretty much the only place you're going to get it. And that's one of my major complaints is with late game. That's why I keep telling people, like, you don't want a late game hanger as much as you think you do. Unless you really want to play competitively, late game is boring as hell, dude. But the bulk majority of players are not in late game. You're talking like the top 5%, maybe. You go to sleep, Dreslin? Okay, fair enough. I will probably call it here as well. I can't justify grinding tournaments. I don't find them particularly fun. I value my recreation time. Well, exactly the same, dude. Even on my free-to-play account, where it's like, I don't have a bunch of A-coins to spare. A lot of, like, tournament is its own demon. We'll just say that, right? Hangar Showdown has a lot of issues. We can all agree with that. Tournament is its own demon, and I could talk for another 2 hours about how tournament sucks and how I will as often as I can, opt to never play it. Like, I don't even like the game mode, and then they also make it terrible on top of that. So yeah, that's his own thing, and maybe BMP makes a video on that. It'd be interesting for everybody, but yeah, I don't know. We'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. Will they fix aiming while jumping in mechs like Lancer and Lacewing? What do you mean? I haven't necessarily noticed any like bugs in it. If there is, then I guess I'm just not very attentive. The aim doesn't stay where it's targeted while in jump. Oh well, yeah, it doesn't auto adjust your camera. Like your camera stays at the same level that it is, right? So like if you're aiming at something right in front of you and you jump, it's going to continue to be right in front of you. I assume that's what you mean, maybe not. Play on manual. Oh. Yeah, if you're not playing on manual and you do get that, then that would be the reason. It should just like if you jump upward, your cursor should just like follow you upward. I guess it's a good point. Maybe it is an aiming mode thing. Tournament is a totally different stream, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Best value is always getting one of the deals with tickets and 8 coins in it. If you're gonna spend money, just spend money on a freaking mech or spend money on 8 coins. Don't spend money on tournament tickets, dude. It's such a waste of time. The tournament wins just go to whoever can no life it the hardest. Doesn't really matter how well you do. You don't like Hanger Showdown? What do you mean you don't like to pull your hair out seeing the worst idiots in the history of idiots throw easy wins? Do you even play? Do you even mech arena? See, here's the thing. The moment anybody cues in and they see this bad boy, they don't dare defy. They don't dare defy me. Yeah. You wouldn't. Would you? No, I bet you wouldn't. You wouldn't even think about it. Because you know what? OP strats. You shoot people with a Hornet 16 and 8, you get the Venom damage from the 16. That's why you don't dare defy. 2000 IQ. Super OP. True with top 500 also. Oh, absolutely. Which is why people who recommend rewards for the top 500, I'm immediately just like, nah, dude. Top 500 is actually, I think at this point, even just the top 10 anyway. The top 10 don't even really play the game legit. They either share accounts and have people grinding it like 24/7, or well, I shouldn't say the top 10, probably like the top 5. They either share accounts or they have like some bot that just like constantly grinds games. They don't do well, but they get something, right? Non-stop bot dropping too. Yeah, exactly. I wish top 500 actually meant something. I wish it had something to do with performance at all, but it doesn't. And it's the same. I mean, it's the same reason I hate tournaments, because it's not performance based, and that's why I largely enjoy the fact that Hanger Showdown is a performance based reward system where everyone's capable of getting the same thing. Everybody's capable of getting certain rewards, so long as you do well enough. I mean, technically, whoever, for every match that you win, someone else doesn't win. And so technically, yes, you're technically competing for rewards to some degree, but like, it's a much more extreme example in something like this mode, right? Where, for every one person who wins, there's 30 people who don't. There's nothing wrong with farming and lowering the hanger. Well, you're the reason that there's problems. Ain't nobody gonna back you up on that, G. But anyway, now I think I'm going to call it here. I'm gonna call it here. It is like getting on 4:30, and figure out stuff for dinner. So, yeah. How was Berserker 16? Oh yeah, I probably should just kind of generalize that real quick. So, Berserker as a weapon, the more I use it, the more I kind of realize. Berserker as a weapon, good damage output. The burst, like mag dump DPS. The mag dump DPS of Berserker is higher than the average DPS, I should say, is higher than minigun. So that's pretty good, right? But other than that, Berserker has literally every single downside that every other, like think of another assault weapon, the downside of that assault weapon, Berserker has every single one of those. You have to pause firing in order to let it kind of cool down, essentially. You have to pause firing halfway through and dump your mag in bursts. It's not great. It has a damage buildup mechanic, which means that the first time that you start firing, it's not going to do as much damage. That's not great. It has a relatively low mag size. That's not great. It has a very long reload time. 8 seconds, I think, right? Yeah, 8 seconds compared to most weapons that have like a 5.5. That's not great. It has a really low max range. That's not great. And yeah, no, it's just not a good weapon, Berserker. I think Berserker just overall, full stop, is not a weapon worth getting. Period. Anyway, So for those wondering if they should get Berserker, no, it's just a hard no. But yeah. Otherwise, I appreciate everybody for stopping by. Take care.